Good evening. It is Monday, October 24th, and the time is 6:02. I call this meeting of the Clear Creek Independent School District to order. Let the record show that a quorum of board members is present and that this meeting has been duly called and that its notice has been posted in accordance with Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Chapter 551. And we will move into closed session at 6:03. As authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code, Section 551.001, concerning purposes permitted by the Act, including 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberation regarding real property, 551.074, deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignments, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public employee, or to hear a complaint or charge against an employee. So with that, we'll move into closed session. Good evening, and I'll call the board back into open session at 6:48 PM, and we will start with our Pledge of Allegiance.
I would like to invite Mayor Hallisey to help me with the pledge. We're going to let you take the pledge tonight. So we will do this together, all right? Thank you.
I pledge to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And if you would mind, we will join together in a moment of silence. Thank you. You may be seated. I believe that the board is going to come down and join me. No, please stay up here. Miss Janice, thank you. No. Yes, no. You are going to get to say hi to everybody. One of our most amazing heroes in the hallway is Mayor Pat, who absolutely has supported public education, Clear Creek ISD, for so many years, and we are just so honored to be here and to celebrate you for just a little bit. He will be retiring in November, but not leaving us, right? That's your wife. Oh, we are just so grateful for what you've done, and I'm going to turn this over to President Cunningham.
Well, first of all, we can't thank you enough for your unwavering support of the district that spans over decades. From having children go through the district, from being a bus driver in our school district, from volunteering, PTA, etc. You and Janice have been fantastic partners. You will be very missed. And I know it's a goodbye for now, but I hope to see you out and about, patronizing us and still supporting us behind the scenes. But thank you, Mayor Pat. Thank you, Janice, for also sharing him with us, and we hope you enjoy your retirement.
I wanted to talk to all of you. But I'll talk loud enough so that you can hear me. No, that's fine. This is really a kind thing for you to do. I spent most of my life in public service and didn't get many accolades, but did a lot of work, as all of you out here know. But let me tell you something. Just acknowledging me is such a treat, and everything that I have had an opportunity to do for this district, and you're right, whether it was jumping up and down for bond issues or writing letters to the paper. And when I retired the first time many years ago, Janice said, you have to have a job. And I said, well, I really don't want to work. And I was driving by Clear Creek High School, and I saw this sign on the poles out there, and it said, be somebody, be a bus driver. So I come in to talk to him, and it just so happened the guy that ran the bus service back in those days went to the same college I did, and we just hit it off. And next thing I know, I'm taking tests, and I got to tell you something, because they were all your children or other people, your friends' children I drove around. They were a blast at 6 o'clock in the morning, because I was totally energetic, and I remembered some great lessons there, that if you treat people the way you like to be treated, they will respond in kind. And kids are just that way. I never once had a problem with a child doing that. But at the heart of this tonight, let me tell you just a short story and I'll get out. This is payment on account for me. Anything I could ever do for this district is payment on account. I raised 2 girls. Both of them went through elementary, intermediate, and high school in this district. They went off to college. Both of them got college degrees. My oldest one got a master's degree. The youngest one is living her best life right now in New York City, making more money than her mother ever made. And she's, or me, and she's getting married in April of this year in Key West. My oldest one is in Fort Worth. She married a naval aviator, and he's about to go to work for American Airlines. So, their futures are secure. And at the end of the day, what interests all of us regular folks that are out in the citizenry? It is that our children have every opportunity this world can offer at a time when the world is changing so fast. I give all the credit in the world to my girls and the lives that they're living to this school district. From Walter Hall Elementary to the intermediate school and on, and the friendships they made, the social interaction they got to have with their extracurricular activities just made them what I consider to be outstanding human beings. And that all starts down in those elementary schools where they learn to read, they learn to write, they learn to study, they learn to do things and to get along with folks. And by the time they get to high school, junior high school, they want to beat each other up, but that's really boys just wanting to make some noise at some girls. And high school ends up being the fulfillment of every parent's dream. The people who teach in this district are just the best anywhere. I don't know any other way to say it. They are fantastic. I said at a volunteer meeting over at the football stadium last year, this district, and I don't mean to preach, but this district is worth standing up for. It is worth fighting for because the benefits to people, aside from my children, I tell people wherever I go and every speech I give, the biggest economic driver for League City, for the Clear Lake area, is our school district. It is the caliber of students you turn out for the workforce, and we're blessed. NASA, petrochemical, the port, all these great places, and our children are getting out of school and getting those opportunities. You can't ask for anything better than that. You have great leadership at your board level. I've been to so many elementary schools, and I go in and I say, all the kids they're so cute. They come running up to you and they say, "Where's your leg?" And they lift my leg up and they look and see if I'm sitting on it. And I tell every one of them, because kids don't need the right answer all the time, they just need an answer. So, I lost my leg. But here's the deal. If you can go home, check under the beds, behind the sofa, anywhere you go, and you find my leg, I have this $5 bill I'm going to give you. And, it ends up being funny, but the truth is they should never be afraid of things that are different. And, when they ask you a question, they deserve an answer. I love going to elementary schools. I love going to the intermediate schools. I love going to the high schools. And I loved all those kids I got to hang out with on the bus. I had to quit to go be mayor. It didn't being a bus driver. I don't get it. But anyway, I've had a good run, and it's been fun. But I am internally proud of this district and what they do. And instead of you saying thank you to me, I say thank you to each and every one of you, and particularly all of you over there. Share that with your teachers. I wanted to go up and say hello to everybody at the board because I don't know all of them. I read about them in the paper. They're famous. But I will. Thank you, Jay.
It's a small token of our appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let me make the rounds here. I probably know all of your friends. Good to see you, Jeff. I read about you in the paper. I read about you in the paper too. I remember you too. Yeah, good to see you again. It's been a while. We'll have to go to another party. Thank you. Oh, okay. We're going to take a...
Thank all of you very much.
Janice will be back later. She talks more than me, so.
Okay, right here, ready? Get one more. Thanks.
Okay, well, speaking of those amazing products of CCISD, thank you for that fabulous intro, Mayor Pat. We have 22 National Merit semifinalists. We could not be more prouder, and that is so outstanding. These academically talented high school seniors were selected based on their PSAT test scores, which serves as an initial screen of the program, and they now advance to the finalist stage. And I'm assuming from Clearbrook High School, is this right? Okay, from Clearbrook High School, Gainini Marangan, is that right? Yes, nice. Congratulations, congratulations. And Catherine Nguyen, congratulations. These are our Clearbrook High School. Do we have Clearbrook High School administrators? Dr. Lopez, thank you. Yes, 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 yes,
Ready? Good, thanks. Yeah. Picture.
All right, so from Clear Creek High School, Madeline Funky, congratulations, and Nicholas Grzinski. Emily Wang. All right, Emily and Madeline, and great, we have Ms. Orr, Principal Orr, so congratulations to these National Merit semifinalists.
We need,
Point that
so
out right now?
we need this, we need this statistic.
Ms. Polson, can we take a big picture at the end? Is that okay? Could we get everybody at the end, but we'll go ahead and do by school. Is that okay? All right, from Clear Falls High School, they had a prior commitment, so we don't have anybody here from Falls, but I do want to announce, yes, Ms. Poe is here. We have the associate principal. She's going to take credit for all these National Merit semifinalists. Yes, very good, congrats. But we have Spencer Dwyer, Alexander Meyer, and David Zhang.
There we go.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, from Clear Lake High School, we have Wosni Awad, Christopher Dong, Samantha Madsen, Amanda Morris, Caroline Wynn, Devia Valipi, and Luke Wang and Joy Wang. Congratulations, Clear Lake High School. We have Miss Raska. From Clear Springs High School, we have the Chargers. We have Miriam Aziz, Parker Gia, Christopher Jen, Aiden Jones, Micah Cohen, and Pauline Thompson. And Aiden, so congratulations, Aiden. Yes. Woo. Aiden and Dr. Scott are repping the Chargers. Thank you very much for that. They're all studying.
Okay, ready? Here we go. Okay, good, thanks.
Aiden, you can stay. We're going to get one big picture right here. Y'all come on in. Great. We are just, the amount of work that it takes to get to this point and the family support. So I would just like, if you are a parent of one of these fine young people, would you please stand? Congratulations, entire family. Thank you. We don't. Oh, it's okay. Thank you so much. Our future is truly bright with these students, yes, and we are just so grateful that you took the time out to be with us tonight. Clear Creek ISD had 8 students selected to display their artwork at the annual Texas Association of School Board, or School Administrators and Texas Association of School Board Fall Conference in San Antonio this September. And I, along several of us here tonight, we had the opportunity to see this magnificent artwork. And the following students we would like to recognize tonight. And will their art teachers and principals come forward as we display their artwork on the screen? So please be sure and note the screens, and we will call each one individually. Maddie Coleman, Falcon Pass Elementary. We're gonna Maddie Coleman. Come on, Maddie. That's good. Good. Congratulations. And that's you. Okay, good. Good. Congratulations. Okay. And we'll get everybody up here, and then we'll take a picture. Yes. Anastasia Gonzalez, Clear Creek High School. Anastasia. All right, Yoshitomo Hashiguchi from Brookwood Elementary. Elena Mendez, Clear Lake High School. Jack Perkins, Clear Lake High School. And Kavahi Rajarathnam. I'm so sorry, I probably didn't get it. League City Intermediate. Thank you. Megan Steeg, Clear Creek High School, and she's not with us tonight. Autumn Stewart, Green Elementary. Okay, we're going to get a picture and one more huge round of applause for these amazing artists. And while we're getting in the picture, note they're art teachers. They don't do this without art teachers, right? Going back to the importance of teachers, so thank each of you so much.
Ashley, get to the front.
And we're going to stay on the theme of art and fine arts. The Texas Art Education Association has awarded Clear Creek ISD as a 2022 District Distinction Honoree. We are only one of 59 school districts in the state recognized for providing a well-rounded education that advocates and integrates visual arts curriculum that connects learners to their community and beyond. This award is a testament to the high standard of work and commitment of our staff members and the VPA department. I would like to thank our entire visual art teachers and their leaders, Greg Goodman and Mary Goldner. Thank you, and all these teachers are here. They are responsible for this amazing talent. Thank you. Truly celebrating talent tonight. Great job. Thank you so much. Hey, Peter. Thank you.
I think so. They're doing religions. Yeah, fix them again. AP, perfect research. I don't know if they're not. Because that was earlier in the agenda.
The AP one?
I keep looking at this.
We didn't do that.
AP research.
Yeah, ask it for that.
right.
I don't think we did that one.
Perfect AP research.
Okay, okay.
None.
They're steady.
Okay.
Oh my God.
What happens when you get to score?
Okay, as they are leaving, we're just, like I said, so appreciative. Well, this is, oh, I think my red ribbon fell off. This is Red Ribbon Week, and we are here painting the district red this week to bring awareness to drug and alcohol prevention efforts. And a huge partner in this endeavor, and has been for so many years, is Bay Area Alliance for Youth and Families, and our executive director, Amanda McLaughlin. Is she here? Where's Amanda? Yay! Our great friend Amanda does so many things for our community and for our schools, and I'm going to turn the mic over to you.
We're super excited about Red Ribbon Week this year, especially because of the things that we're able to do year-round. So it's not just a week. We sent ribbons and bracelets to most of the campuses that requested them. But on top of it, we are doing presentations. We're on high school, intermediate, and elementary campuses this week, talking about specific things like prescription drug abuse or vaping. But we're also, in fact, we're playing Bean Boozled tomorrow at Creekside. So, but we talk about Bean Boozled. They get two, like say, they draw the pink jelly bean. So the pink jelly bean could either be vomit or it could be strawberry. But it's the idea that just because you think something is one thing does not make that true. And so it's a way to play a game, but drive the point home of the sort of message that we're bringing to kids. And we're excited to be doing small groups with 9 campuses. We have 14 small groups going in 9 campuses right now, and that will just continue to grow. Counselors are super excited about it. So we just thank you. We thank you for your commitment to our kids. And I want to recognize I have some board members who are here who we could not survive without because it's an endeavor not only just to raise grant funds, but also to have community support in that as well. So thank you so much for having us.
Board members, please stand. Thank you. And Amanda, we really appreciate all your work. Thank you. Yeah, board members, come up for the picture.
I can.
And I'll just introduce the program spotlight, so we can go ahead if y'all want to. Thank you so much. And as we get set up, I'll just introduce the program spotlight from here. For 30 years, the Peer Assistance Leadership Service, or PALS, program has been making a lasting impact on not just the mentees, but the PALS mentors themselves, young ones and our older mentors. Since its inception, the program has grown substantially, empowering literally thousands of students with success strategies for life while developing a service mindset. And those thousands are little and they're older, all the way through. We are excited to take a closer look at the PALS program in CCISD this evening and the innumerable positive outcomes for our students. And I will turn this over to Robin Sabo to share with us, and our Donna Stone. Thank you. Our longtime pal.
Yes, ma'am. So thank you, Dr. Engel, and the board for allowing us this opportunity to showcase the Peer Assistance Leadership Program. I am the Secondary Social Studies Coordinator, but I'm blessed to have the PALS program as part of underneath my umbrella. And we have Donna Stone, who's one of our PALS facilitators and instructors, and a couple of her students. So I'm just going to spend a little bit of time telling you guys about the peer assistance leadership courses, the history of it in CCISD, and then I'm going to let Donna and her students talk more about the activities and the programs that are actually part of their coursework and their service. Peer Assistance Leadership is an award-winning program, nationally recognized. It impacts over 750 schools in the state of Texas and more than 1,000 across multiple states. Nationwide, it was started in 1980 by the nonprofit organization Workers Assistance Program, Inc. Their main mission is to help young people use positive peer influence in order to impact things like substance abuses, attendance, and those kinds of things in a positive way. So the program uses decision-making, higher order thinking, resiliency building in helping equip the students to influence others with that positive peer pressure. PALS instructors do complete a rigorous program training in order to understand how to develop those skills with students and passing that on when they work with their youth. Our CCISD PALS program is open to juniors and seniors. We have an application and screening process that occurs. So the students are put through that piece, and peers actually do the interview process. So former PALs interview the incoming ones. Our PAL 1 program is based on a campus student service piece. The students here serve as mentees for PALEs, we call them, in our elementary and intermediate programs. And then their instruction is based around things like crisis management, confidentiality, relationship building, and mentoring the youth. Our PAL 2 program is more focused on service learning beyond the classroom, so they're in the community. They self-direct a service learning project, so they identify a need in the community, collaborate with community resources in order to meet that need or to address that concern that they have, in addition to mentoring their PAL 1 program. So our PAL program is self-funded through fundraisers. They use fundraisers and solicit donations to underwrite their expenses. Most of our programs go to an annual high school conference every year, and those funds are taken as part of that. The district does underwrite the PAL Training Day, which Donna is going to tell you a little bit more about. History. So Donna brought PALS to CCISD, for which we are extremely thankful. In 1993, with 20 students, she invited the program in to do some training, had brought in a couple more high school's teachers, and so it expanded in 94. And by the late 1990s, the Brooks PAL program had written a curriculum for younger students on citizenship, Kidson, and they also picked up working with the Adaptive PE Field Day program, and that is still a highlight for many of our PAL students and many of our kids across the district. I hear the dance party afterwards is something else.
It's rocking.
2011, our PALS program was in all of our larger high schools, and by 2015, we'd expanded into Views. So we're in all of the high school programs now except Horizons. And then 2016, we held our first district-wide PALS training day. And then right now, we're recognizing PALS in part because they're celebrating their 30th anniversary at Brooks. So we're really excited about that longevity and what that means for our kids and our community. Our historic enrollment, we've averaged around 315. PALS is an innovative course, so it is not part of an endorsement track. And COVID pieces had some kind of dampering because we weren't able to do some traveling for a couple of years or collective gathering, but we're building that back up. And our current PALS program, as you can see across the buildings, we have some of our campuses that have the opportunity to have more sections and staff. So you're going to see larger numbers that can enroll there. We do, in most of our campuses, actually have to turn away kids because we don't always have the sections to have them as part of the program. And then we have larger PAL 2 programs depending on, like Donna is our only full-time PAL teacher, so she does have a larger second-year program than some of our other campuses do. So now I'm going to turn it over to the real experts in it and the ones who are making this happen every day, and let Donna and her students share.
All right, thank you. Appreciate you guys having us here tonight. Just a few weeks ago, actually, in September, we had our annual CCISD PAL training where all of our schools come together, all the PALs come together, and the PAL 2s lead sessions for the PAL 1s to kind of help them do the boots on the ground kind of view, more than what we teach them in the classroom. This is what it really looks like to be a PAL, and they went through sessions with, rotated through sessions with PAL 2s who had a little experience in the classroom and with the kids. So that was a great day. And you'll see the numbers that were attended that day. We had 72 PAL 2s that were running these sessions, divided up into different groups, and 238 PAL 1s going through them. So it was a pretty great day. And so that's our picture from the bar graph. That's what it really looks like this year, all of us together. I wanted to introduce to you Kaylee Sanders and Trey Rebichet. These are two of my second year returning. They came back for another year with me. I'm so excited when that happens. And they're going to help present the first question that we were asked to share about, which was, what was that question, Miss?
Core values.
Yeah, how do PALs live out core values, the CCSD core values? All right. So you have the first one, or I think the next slide shows, are you already there? Okay, go.
Okay. So, PALs have the opportunity to live out CCISD core values through serving our feeder schools, our community, and our own campuses. While we are going to be sharing with you some of the ways that Brook PALs have been serving these groups, we know that all of our CCISD PAL programs have served in some of the same ways, but also have opportunities unique to their own feeder schools, communities, and campuses.
Okay, so one of the ways that we serve in our feeder schools is by one-on-one mentoring. So us PALs, we travel to our feeder schools every week, and we spend about 30 minutes with our PALees. So each class has about 3 different schools that we go to each week, so most PALs have around 3 PALees.
We also have attended some of our feeder elementary school character rally skits, so that they have monthly. One of our favorite ways to doing it is have our how-tos present some of the skits that we have created and focus on their core values. Here in these pictures, it was kind of like a Family Feud type of game that we were going on with citizenship. And so since we weren't allowed to travel during the pandemic, we pre-recorded some videos for the elementary schools.
Another one of the ways that we like to serve our feeder schools is through our adaptive PE field day, which also stands for APE field day, where all of the CCISD PAL programs get together and team up with the APE coaches to host a wonderful event for all of our CCISD kids who have special needs. And with the APE coaches and the students and their teachers and with us and parents who volunteer, we usually have about 1,000 people turn out for this amazing event, and it's very rewarding for us, and it's just a great day for PALs.
Some of our feeder schools have projects or events that they ask us to come to. Last year, Ward Elementary chose to partner with Project Linus to make comfortable blankets for hurting children. So some pieces of fleece that needed to be cut and prepared for this project were given to us so we could help out with that.
And these are just some more ways that we do serve in our feeder schools. School carnivals, science fairs, book fairs, STEM nights. We are always volunteering, coming and helping. We love going to our feeder schools. And yeah, this is just all that we could fit in one slide.
One of another ways that we mentioned was that how PALs live out their CCISD core values is serving in our community. So our PAL 2s classes make weekly visits to local elder care facilities like Hardis, the Heritage, and Serenity Gardens. And some of our PAL 2s also get matched up with residents at Hope Village, a residence for adults with special needs. We love that Hope Village is our neighbor, like a few steps across, literally a
It's
few
literally
steps across
across
from
the
Brook. But we are so thankful that we can have them there and that we can match up with someone.
Another way that we get involved in our community is with our annual paper goods scavenger hunt that we donate to Bay Area Turning Point, which is a shelter for victims of domestic violence. And actually, last Thursday night was our 23rd annual paper goods scavenger hunt, where we go to our neighboring Brook homes and we ask homeowners if they would be so gracious as to donate us paper goods so we can donate it to them. And our lovely Brook neighbors, we typically gather enough paper goods to last the shelter for about 5 to 6 months. It is a really, really big pile of paper towels and such.
And so some more opportunities to serve, like we've said before, this is just a handful. We have tons. Literally every week we are getting 5 messages.
A lot to remind.
We have so many messages for so many opportunities to serve, like pumpkin patches, harvest festivals, camp volunteers, Christmas home tours, turkey trots, church rummages, and assisting with other benefits. But we're serious, there's a whole bunch.
So some of the ways that we actually like to serve on our own campus is with our Mix It Up days, which are the best. So we try to find ways to encourage our own peers to get involved with the core values. And we ask our students and staff to, celebrate kindness and tolerance, caring, and diversity through our Mix It Up weeks, which we actually have in the fall semester and in the spring semester. And we encourage our fellow students and peers to get outside their comfort zones and talk to people that they would normally talk to, so that we can appreciate those who aren't just like us. And through mix-it-up activities and even through playing games with each other, we hope to enhance the core values and the way that we live them out in our own school.
So one of our favorite things to do is our Secret PAL program, which it's going on both semesters. So basically every teacher and staff has a secret PAL where we write appreciative letters, thank you letters, all kinds of letters, funny letters, ask them questions, but basically the teacher or staff member doesn't know who the PAL is. So it's kind of, some of the teachers get fun with it and they go FBI mode and try to search who it is. Or they cheat and come out to Coach Jones and she's like, that's classified information. But this is just one of our ways that we reach out to our teachers and staff at our school to help acknowledge how much they actually do for us.
And again, here's just an overview of other things that we do to serve our campus with Fish Camp, new student tours, Thanksgiving feast for our custodians, World Kindness Day, our Brook AA Field Day, which is also a lot of fun, childcare, just so many things. And we also know that our other sister PAL programs also do these things as well in their own schools.
Now it's my turn. So how does PAL nurture students to achieve, contribute, and lead with integrity? And when I saw this question, I immediately went to the old proverb that says, tell me and I forget, teach me and I may remember, involve me and I learn. And I think the key to what makes that happen for our students and my students is because they get to experience it. It's not just talk about it in the classroom, but they get to go out and take it for a spin and try these things out. A few years ago, TEA wanted to change, actually did change for a little bit, the PAL program to one semester. And so that made a big outcry across across Texas, where teachers were like, "This, you don't understand what PALS does if you think we can do this in one semester." And so the leader of Workers Assistant Program said, can you ask your former pals about the impact the PAL has had on their life? And so I sent on my Facebook this question, how did being a PAL at Brook impact your life? And I got flooded with just loads of responses. And on the screen, you'll see just key words that came from those responses. These different things that they said they took with them and that were part of their everyday as adults. And I've been doing this for 30 years. I heard from one that I've had years and years and years ago and some that just graduated, so I had a real cross-reference. And their words are so much better than mine, so I took a few excerpts from some of the things they wrote, and that's what Kaylee and Trey has handed out to you if you want to read those at your leisure, if you want to. It'll give you a little bit of a look at how this program has had great impact on the lives of students who've had an opportunity to be a part of it. It's action. It's getting to experience the kind of things. And I think that full circle moments are really the best evidence. This year I have about maybe 8 or 9 of my current pals who had a pal when they were younger. And so I've got 2 slides to show you here. Actually, Trey is in this one, little 5th grade Trey over there at Landolt. And then one of the last things we do at the end of the school year, our very last visit, we have taken a picture with them together, and the pals frame it and write their names and stuff on it, and they write a gift of words. And on their very last closure visit, they give them that frame and they give them that letter, and you can see they hang on to them. And so I put a call, said, hey, how many of you still have your pictures with your pals? And they brought them in, and we got to take pictures with them, and there's a couple that didn't make the show, but there's a few more. But I think this is the best evidence. Those who experienced it and received it wanted to do it, and I think that's really the best evidence that we can have for a program that works and a program that matters, and one that causes kids to want to lead with integrity. So.
Oh, well, first of all, thank you for that dynamic presentation, and I'll open it up to the board for question or comment.
I know, having worked on a couple of campuses, the PALs are just, they're awesome. You are all very highly thought of, highly respected. You are like the cream of the crop. I know between ROTC and PALs, that's a fantastic group of kids. One of my neighbors, I think, became a PAL, and I knew that she was exactly what the PALS program represented. So thank you for everything that you do, particularly on the Mix It Up days.
It's pretty great.
Love to see that work going on.
Come on over.
Okay.
I'll send y'all the day.
Okay.
Yeah.
Free T-shirts they have to participate, though. They can't just come. If y'all come and participate, we got some really great T-shirts that we'll be glad to hand you.
Oh, I'd love to mix it up. I don't know if you'd want me there, but I would
Oh,
love
yeah.
to mix it.
We really would love to have you there. It's the day before we get up for Thanksgiving.
All right. Thank you.
That Friday.
I'll begin by saying thank you. Thank you for the program. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for being ambassadors for the district's core values. My daughter's a 5th grader at Gilmore Elementary. She has a pal. And every Tuesday is like the best day of the week when that pal comes to spend time with her. Y'all make a difference in her life. And hopefully y'all remember that impact that y'all are making on those children as you go forward. It really is truly a remarkable program, and she's very thankful for it. I'm thankful, so thank y'all very much.
Mayor Pat talked about kindness, and I think you all doing that with students across our district, with people in our community, ultimately models the community that we all love to live in. And when you can do something for someone else without expecting anything in return, I think that's the greatest gift. And I think you compliment your parents and your families every time you do that. So congratulations. Thank you.
I want to echo everyone's thoughts. I love it. I was in a similar program when I was in high school, and the very last comment on this page that you gave us said I became a teacher because of this. And I think this is a great program to build future leaders, and I just can't say thank you enough.
And Mr. Bowe?
Oh, sure, yeah, and I just wanted to echo that as well. I mean, this is a fantastic program, and what y'all are doing is really making a difference. And when I saw the slide that there are some schools where enrollment is limited because of the sections, and so hopefully as we go through our planning processes in future years, that's something that we could help with. Because I definitely would love to open this up to more students. I also really love seeing the older pals mentor the younger pals, because that's a valuable leadership experience for both people in that relationship. So I'm just very happy to see how this is going, and I'm glad we have the opportunity to support it.
Thank you,
Mr. Cottrell?
Trustee Sanchez said something that I wanted to say. Mayor Hallisey would make a great pal.
I agree.
You have pal level 2.
You're welcome
That's
anytime.
level 3. That's
You got any
where,
eligibility left, sir? We'll put you back in.
right.
I saw there's Whack-A-Pal. I think I saw that on
There is Whack-A-Pal.
I think
You need
I
volunteers for that.
saw that. I think I saw that.
Well, we don't want Mayor Hallisey getting hurt anymore, but but that's where y'all are headed, right? I mean, you look at someone like that who's selfless, and that's you, right? And in high school doing it, and to commend you for that at that age. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
For all of the reasons that you've heard tonight and more, I'm really delighted to be able to share this video with you guys, recognizing Donna Stone as a CCISD legacy leader. It is a surprise to her, so thank you for giving us the opportunity to honor her service and her heart for the program.
For 30 years, the Peer Assistance and Leadership Program, or PAL, has served as a staple for kids across the Fairfield ISD.
PAL provides like a safe space for you in the school, and then for you to be a safe space for someone.
Each PAL in the program mentors 3 students across our schools, and the one leading the charge is Donna Stone.
What a program like PAL does is it takes away that me, and it helps us open our eyes to see what's going on around us and the people's lives around us. So I have this thing that I'm known for, that school works on their GPA, and my PAL program focus is their LPA, their life point average. What are you going to do with your life that matters somebody beside you?
Before coming to CCISD, Coach Stone taught a leadership class. When she arrived at Cleveland High School in 1990, she wanted to bring that to her new home. 30 years later, her vision has spread across the district with the PAL program at each high school today. The program has helped thousands of students in Cleveland ISD.
What we've been able to add is the heart portion, the part that makes us be, the stuff that makes us get up in the morning and want to do stuff. But it's the things where you can go and make a difference that really, I think, gets people excited about knowing that if you show up, that you can make a difference.
But for PALs in the program, the heart of it all is Coach Stone.
You might think that you're hiding your feelings completely from her, and she just gives that tap on the shoulder to let you know that she's there, and like that means the world. It's just the little things that really make a big impact on us.
But her being herself and encouraging and caring, she just really makes you feel like a person instead of just a number. She shows you it's possible, she shows you how to do it.
This is the kind of work you want, where your work doesn't feel like a job. And I feel grateful all the time to get to work with students who have hearts to want to impact the lives of other people.
For Coach Stone, it's all about planting seeds of goodness and kindness, and knowing the interaction you're having with someone today will leave a lasting impact on them in the future. That's what makes her a legacy leader.
You plant with faith, knowing that I can make a difference if I show up. And I give myself away, and I'm fully present with people. I think the real success I see for me is when my students who are no longer in my class are still living out the ideas of giving yourself away, impacting the community that you live in. These are the kind of things that are going to last for a lifetime and matter for a lifetime. So I think that's what I hope for the future, that those kind of things continue, that they're getting things here through this program that matter to them forever.
Back it up, back it up.
Always a good time when we're able to recognize our students, recognize our community leaders that are making an impact, and more importantly, our teachers that are modeling our core values and modeling how we want our community to be. So fantastic presentation on PALS. And next, I'll turn it over to Dr. Engel for the district update.
Okay, and it's hard to follow that. That's a district update, all right. But a couple of the things we just want to share. School safety, first of all, it continues to be a priority for all of us. The Texas Education Agency has begun its state-mandated intruder audits of exterior doors across Texas, and these are plainclothes individuals that come and test the exterior doors of our schools. I'm notified when they're coming to the district, but they don't tell us when or to what school they're going to be, just the month that they're coming. And we are incredibly proud of our staff and students that are taking safety very seriously. We did hold 3 community safety meetings this month to share our school safety story, and that presentation has been recorded. It's also been presented to all the staff in the schools. It's recorded, and it is on our website for anyone to view, and I know many of the board members attended those, and we're very appreciative of that. Focusing on people, our child nutrition department is focusing on people with a 5-star program. The child nutrition department launched an employee recognition program called 5-Star Employee. Members of the child nutrition team can submit the name of another child nutrition team member to be recognized. In September, over 45 employees submitted nominations, and here are the 5 selected for last month's 5-Star Employee Spotlight. Petrolina Darnell, Martella Garcia, Jennifer Mendoza, Kim Denley, and Connie Carter. So we're so proud of the department and just focusing and highlighting on our people. Parent engagement continues to be strong. There have been many opportunities this month to connect with parents, especially those who are preparing to send their children off to college. We had financial aid night, always important, and all the sessions are available on our district website under career and college planning. And this Wednesday, October 26th, we're excited to be hosting College and Career Night at the Education Village. To date, we have over 60 colleges and over 45 careers represented, and this is our first in-person college night since November of 2019. Excited about that. On Saturday, November 5th at the Learner Support Center from 9 to 12:30, elementary parents are invited to attend workshops that will focus on positive behavior strategies, how to manage emotions of young children, and key components to academic success. And finally, the Clear Creek Education Foundation on November 10th will be hosting its annual awards dinner to honor the CCISD Citizen of the Year and Outstanding Alumni. Proceeds from this wonderful event go towards programs and teachers in Clear Creek ISD. And a special note is that our former superintendent, Dr. Greg Smith, will be honored as the George Carlisle Distinguished Service Award. So we look forward to that.
Nice.
Thank you, President Cunningham.
Fantastic. Thank you, Dr. Engel, for that update. And next, we'll move to community input. The purpose of community input is for the entire board to receive feedback from citizens. The board will hear the public comments but will not respond except as authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act to respond to an inquiry by a member of the public or by a board member with a statement of specific factual information of existing policy or to deliberate a proposal to place a subject on the agenda for a subsequent meeting. Matters brought forth that require a response will be addressed by the superintendent as appropriate. All information received is subject to verification. Community input is scheduled for 30 minutes and has 2 forums. Those requesting to address the board in advance of the meeting are granted 3 minutes to address their topics, and those who sign up this evening prior to 6:30 are granted 1 minute. In a district our size, there will certainly be issues or topics which will understandably generate considerable interest from the public. It is important that members of our community be able to address the school board respectfully, without disruption, and without fear of intimidation from other attendees. On behalf of the board, the superintendent, and CCISD staff, we welcome your input during CCISD school board meetings. We request that everyone exhibit the respect and the understanding each person rightfully deserves when addressing the school board during the public input portion of the meeting. And tonight, we have five 3-minute speakers. We'll start off with Mrs. Amber St. Jean, followed by Ms. Hallisey. Welcome.
My children wanted to come sit with me. Ladies and gentlemen of the board, good evening. My name is Amber St. Jean. I am here tonight because I'm a member of the CCISD family and I have concerns. I have been a parent of a CCISD student for the past 6 years, and both of my children currently attend Ed White Elementary in El Lago. I also served 2 years as treasurer of our PTA and am currently serving as parliamentarian. I know the majority of the teachers at our school. The reason that I chose tonight to speak is the topic of books. More specifically, teacher-selected class libraries. I know that the board has heard this topic many times, as I have watched board meetings over the past year. Tonight, however, I speak in support of the teachers. This month, our elementary school was chosen as a pilot school, in which administrators went through each of the teachers' class libraries. This was done during school hours, in the classroom, while students were present. The administrators were tasked with evaluating each book with a checklist to determine that each book fit within the parameters chosen by, I am assuming, the district. My understanding after speaking with teachers is that this ranged anywhere to half an hour to almost an hour and a half per class. The amount of time that this took away from CCISD workers and the distraction that this had to be for the students concerns me. This could be a quantitative value, hours lost by these selected employees to real work. As we all know, this is always a budget shortfall, so the waste of resources should concern us all. I want to state that Ed White has an incredible principal and vice principal. I have trust that they would be responsive to any sort of issue with their teachers and parents. The entire staff is top-notch. Ladies and gentlemen, I realize that our amazing school has been brought up many times at these meetings, normally for negative reasons and typically regarding books. Tonight, I want to raise my voice in support of the teachers, librarian, administrators, and staff of our school. Our teachers have children in their classroom the majority of their day. My children have had amazing teachers at Ed White, teachers who have given so much of themselves. I trust these teachers. Our teachers have chosen books for their class libraries, either through book fair donations from parents, PTA funds, or through the use of their own personal funds. We must trust teachers to make the appropriate decision to purchase age-appropriate books that represent the children in their classroom. I know that there are people who would trust a teacher to be armed at school in the name of protection, but wouldn't trust them to choose a book. This does not make sense. I know some of the parents who have spoken out. They are wonderful people who love their kids and their community. We differ in our viewpoints, but not in our love. I will tell you personally, as a military child, books saved me. They will always were there for me, and my hope is that they'll be the same for the children now. I'm asking for common sense. This particular task of evaluating teacher libraries is a waste of time and resources for the district. Please make a stand for teachers and for the freedom of books. Let us stop this ridiculous endeavor and show teachers that we trust their judgment. Thank you for your time and work for the district, and thank you for those who encouraged me to talk.
Thank you. Let's see, Ms. Martin and Ms. Johnson.
We're tied at the hip,
We're all
so we're appendages. Good evening, I'm Janice Hallisey. I am president of the League City Proud organization, and we bring joy and happiness to League City every year at Holiday in the Park. And this year we are celebrating our 25th year, but I was sitting there reminiscing about 25 years ago when I called up one high school in League City, Creek, and said, I need a band, and I need this, and I need that, and they all thought I was crazy. And we had the parade, and it really went well that year. There were only about 25 entries. This year, we're already up at about 160. But I can remember Dr. Peterson coming out from the band to watch the parade, says, "I'll be back. I'll be here next year." And we've had PALs and many other groups help us, but I just have been remiss in coming to thank the school board in letting the kids participate, because our event is a social event, and it is to bring everybody from League City together to have a great time.
And I'm Angie Mertens, and I'm co-chairman with Janice Hallisey, and I am turning the lights up. That's because we have a presentation of what, no, I'm not. So this year's theme is bringing the magic to Main Street for 25 years. And that's what the schools have helped us do with the magic of the bands, the drill teams, the cheerleaders, all that you share with us. My kids went up through CCISD schools, and they were in the parade every year as cheerleaders or drill teams. And I know that that brought magic to my household for years. The excitement that it brought, the feeling of community that it brought, and that it still brings to them every year, so that they come back and continue to be a part of the parade. And we just want to thank all of you for your participation and bringing the magic to the Main Street.
And I'm Libby Johnson. Both of my children went through the CCISD before the parades, and we are here to thank particularly the Fine Arts Director, Mr. Greg Goodman. He has helped us tremendously. We could not put on some of the stuff this year without him. He has come forth and given us extra people to do this and to help with the entertainment in the park. We have the League City Intermediate steel drum band that is, going to be there this year for the first, and Clear Falls Troubadours, Clear Springs Choir with Robbie Phillips, and then we have Victory Lakes Orchestra. We could not do and be so successful with this particular adventure without the Fine Arts Department at CCISD. We cannot thank you enough for everything that they do. And Karen Engel, you started us.
We thank you
But
all.
also, besides thanking everybody else, we don't want to forget having the ROTC out there.
Yes.
It's extremely important, and they were fabulous the year after 9/11. We all got together and we put on a surprise parade, and it was all military. And so we had the pre-ROTC guys, and we had a big banner out there that we would never forget. But we love our ROTC. I know. That's all right.
Hilarious.
Thank you. Thank you for that, for those remarks. Next, we have Mr. Clyde Miner, followed by Pete Olson.
Mr. Question before us. Is that an ACR program that's doing that scrolling, or somebody just typing like crazy?
It's a program.
That's a program. Yeah, that's a program.
I was very impressed.
Me too.
Yeah, my name's Clyde Miner. Just a little bit of background. After I graduated from college, I spent 1 year teaching, and then got drafted, did the whole Vietnam thing for 2 years in the Army, and then became a software engineer and retired about 7 or 8 years ago. The reason I'm here is since I've retired, I'm a substitute teacher. I've taught at every high school in CCISD and probably every intermediate, used to be junior high school, intermediate school. And I'm a math major, but I've taught social studies. And the reason I'm here is to encourage you to think about actually teaching social studies. You have class that's called social studies, but every time I go into the classroom and I get there early to look at the lesson plan, it's always a history lesson. All the books inside are titled history. History and social studies, they're joined at the hip. But history is the who, what, when, where, how, and why, and things of the past. Social studies is basically the study of social behavior. The 25-cent definition would be sort of the sociological calculus of beliefs
and traditions associated with the way people respond to the liberties that they've been given. And it's important that these kids do understand exactly what social studies is and what it isn't. Because I've had a lot of misinterpretations in class of people talking about social studies, but they're really just talking about history. We operate under a lot of different umbrellas, be they political, technological, religious, and so on and so forth. And just within the religious framework, you have autocracies, you have theologies, you have all kinds of things that will influence the way kids think. And they need to understand specifically what those mean, where they've been instanced in the past, what countries currently are using them now, Argentina, for example, socialism, and Iran, theocracy, and so on and so forth, in order to understand the differences. Because the best way I can really articulate that was an instance I had a couple years ago prior to the COVID situation. I was teaching, substitute teaching, a class in history, and one of the people at the end of the class started talking about Bernie Sanders, like Bernie Sanders. A couple of people joined in. Pretty soon there was a sort of a flow in the class, and it was, well, why do you like Bernie Sanders? Well, he's a socialist. Really? How many people like socialism? A third of the class raised their hand. Why do you like socialism? Because with socialism, everybody's equal. And I think that response, more than anything else, articulates the point I think I'm trying to make to this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Minor. Next, we have Pete Olson, followed by Ms. Jackie Rasco. I can appreciate that jacket.
Good evening, Superintendent Engel, President Cunningham, and leaders of Clear Creek ISD. My name is Pete Olson. I retired last year from 12 years in Congress. It's great to be home. I grew up in Clear Lake Forest, Ed White, Seabrook, Clear Lake High School. And yes, I played basketball for Bill Kruger at Lake. And I'm not speaking for all the Falcons in this room, but Lake is the best. Creek is the best of the rest. But I'm not an active member of the Lone Star Flight Museum Board. I'm excited to be here to invite all of you to come for a personal tour of your Lone Star Flight Museum and see what we're doing for STEM education. We started in Galveston over 30 years ago with a small museum of historic airplanes. Hurricane Ike wiped out our airport. It flooded. Some planes that are irreplaceable were broken very badly. We had to move. We moved to Ellington Field in 2017, right here in Clear Creek ISD. That move has allowed us to take up a new mission, which is to use hands-on experience with aviation to make our kids the best in the world at STEM. In less than 2 hours in our museum, what's called the Aviation Learning Center, our students train on lift, drag, navigation. Then they actually pre-flight a real re-citation aircraft. And then they fly that aircraft from Galveston to land at Ellington Field on a simulator, of course. But this is a picture of our simulation. Pretty cool, huh? Right now, more accessible to Clear Creek than ever before. For example, if you went to Ed White, now it's Eastham, Mild Elementary School, it takes you about 12, 15 minutes to get to our museum. Go to Galveston, 50 minutes. That time you save on transportation gives us time to have real outreach to our students, especially those who are underprivileged. We can change their lives. And the historic planes are still there to touch. This is my favorite one. The plane that George H.W. Bush was shot down in World War II. The TBM Avenger. Y'all are invited, all of y'all,
come out to your museum. Go to the website lonestarflight.org for any questions. And we are now your neighborhood museum. Enjoy the flight into the wild blue law yonder of STEM. Thank you very much.
And thank you for that, Mr. Olson.
Good evening. My name is Jackie Rasco. Outside of these board meetings, I frequently communicate concerns I come across with the principal and CCISD upper administration. They have been receptive to many of my concerns, and I truly do appreciate that. However, I don't understand how we got here. The district tells me these hidden agenda concerns of mine are not implemented, and when I bring items of concern to their attention, they seem to correct things. But these items of concern seem to be never-ending. Here's an example, a book named Identical by Ellen Hopkins. I was going to read some of the explicit parts of the book tonight, but I just couldn't even stomach it. I will tell you that this book is about incest, child abuse, assault, rape, drug abuse, eating disorders, self-mutilation, and in graphic detail. Here's a little clip. A man performs oral sex on his daughter while her twin watched and secretly wished it were her. This book is repulsively disgusting, and this book is at every CCISD high school. I wonder how many other books like this are there. Another example, the new book that is advertised at Ed White in the library hall for all the kids to see, Bodies Are Cool by Tyler Fetter. On the cover you'll see either a half-naked, an overweight, a hairy-legged woman, or a trans person with a double mastectomy scars, and guess what? Inside it uses gender pronouns. This is what you want to entice our elementary school students with. Another example, 4th grade noun games and It's Learning. Define the gender of each noun. Instead of teaching masculine, feminine, or neutral nouns like I was taught, it's now being taught as masculine, feminine, or neuter gender. That's right, neuter gender. What in the world does that even mean? We know what neutering a dog or cat is, right? So this is garbage. Why are we teaching this to our kids? Why are you allowing these types of programs and these types of books in? Why is a teacher at Ed White allowed to wear shirts with the LGBTQ agenda? I understand that you may have been using some of these Texas or national programs for decades. However, many of these programs and companies have shifted their agendas, focusing on politicizing our children's learning and stifling opportunity under the guise of equity. In other words, they've gone woke. It's your job to identify these programs, to thoroughly investigate their content, and to choose wisely. It is your job to make sure all the teachers are doing their part. And when they don't, you hold them accountable. We want to return to traditional schooling values and practices. We want to focus on academics. We want the teaching of politics, racism, sex, and the LGBTQ agenda left out of the classroom. It's time for the district to be proactive instead of reactive on items of concern. Because turning a blind eye or stating that you've always done things this or that way, or pretending to be ignorant isn't going to cut it anymore. If you truly care about our kids, like you say you do, then do something about this now. Childhood innocence is something worth protecting with all of our might, and I will never stop fighting for my children. Thank you for your time.
And thank you, Ms. Rasco. That concludes our community input. Next, we'll move on to item 10, our consent agenda. Would anyone wish to pull any items? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. President.
Mr. Sanchez?
Mr. President, I move that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Sanchez. Do I have a second?
You have a second.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. I'll open it up for question or comment. Seeing no question or comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And motion carries unanimously. Next, we will move on to item B.
And Mr. President, Mr. Miller and Ms. Benzai will provide a revised presentation, a little abbreviated from the October workshop, and this evening's slide deck includes CCISD's historic funding of critical infrastructure repairs and replacement projects, and staff will provide funding options with a recommendation. I'll turn it over to Mr. Miller.
Thank you, Dr. Engel. Good evening, everyone. As Dr. Engel mentioned, we did present the needs assessment of facility, technology, and transportation needs at the work session back in August. That presentation included priority repairs and replacements totaling $222 million for priority 1 items and an additional $82 million for priority 2 items. If you may recall, priority 1 items are items that are expected to fail within 1 to 2 years or have reached the end of life cycle in that time period. And priority 2 items are items that are expected to fail in 3 to 5 years. The list of items included items such as carpet, roofs, playgrounds, parking lots and sidewalks, those kinds of things, but it also included critical infrastructure such as chillers and life safety systems, electrical systems, those things that keep the buildings operational throughout the year. These infrastructure items have the potential to cause a disruption to district facilities and/or buses, and could make some of those things unavailable for use during school days. Over the years, the community has supported numerous bond issues. Those bond issues tended to be between 4 years, typically up to 6 years in certain circumstances, and as short as 3 years. Those bond issues were driven a lot by the explosive growth that we had in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. As you can see on your presentation, there are many new schools, many classroom additions to address enrollment growth, but you'll also notice it highlighted in yellow that every bond issue included priority repairs and replacements to keep these infrastructure items up to date and replaced as needed. They also highlighted in green include technology infrastructure and equipment, as well as buses highlighted in blue. Those bond issues carried through into bonds 2007, which was the short time frame that also included new schools and the priority repairs and replacements, and then it jumped 6 years to bonds 2013, where we had quite a bit of the priority repair and replacement items, and then 4 years later, bond 17, which, as you know, is going on almost 6 years ago. So those priority repairs and replacements were included in every bond issue, and those priority repairs and replacements are generally based on estimates that we provide at the beginning of bond assessment, where we're really identifying what needs to be on the current cycle and estimating the life cycle of those over the next 3 to 5 years, as the Facility Advisory Committee would address. There can often be up to 7 years between when the assessment process is done and when the last bond project is done, and often conditions change over that time period that would require us to modify and update things that may fail sooner than expected. And so we had historically done that to address those changing conditions. The 2013 bond program included priority 1 and priority 2 items, but the bonds 2017 program included only the priority 1 items. And what that indicates is that the priority 2 items, which has a 3 to 5 year life cycle, the life cycle of those priority items would have been 2019, 2020, and 2021. We're starting to see some of the cracks in some of the buildings where we can see the impact of that in the daily operation, which these failure dates being almost going on 2 years ago really has increased our risk of failure as we try to continue to operate schools. We have identified several imminent failures that we'll go over in a little while. Over that same 30-year time frame, the Board of Trustees has approved the use of bond savings and interest in every bond program except for 2013, which was over budget by $11 million. And so the board did approve pulling $11 million out of the bond, the capital plan, to ensure that we could complete the projects that we had promised to the community as part of that program. The 2017 bond program included approximately $100 million worth of inflation that was added based on the 2016 dollars that the projects were estimated at, and including the priority repairs and replacements. Those estimates are based on projects that had been recently bid at the time and the expected year of the bid of the project later. We've been very fortunate over the program that inflation did not tack as high as we expected it to, based on the information we received from our consultants. But we did use quite a bit of that inflation to offset some of the over budget conditions that we had within the program. We do not adjust to facility standards just because we're over budget. We stick to our standards. We use the same finishes, the same construction methods. We don't adjust scopes unless it's directly related to those projects, which has allowed us to capture $23.6 million in savings to date on the program. We have earned $5.6 million in investment earnings and interest, and there's a $2 million in federal E-rate reimbursements that we have brought in to offset some of the technology purchases. To date, the board has approved the use of savings totaling $5.2 million, which includes purchase of Parr Elementary School land that was used to expand their play fields and do some drainage corrections, and then the LSC renovations, among other smaller dollar value projects. The current savings and interest balance is $26 million. We do expect, once we've closed out the remaining projects that are currently in closeout or under construction, which would include Roston and Wickham, we expect the savings to be between $30 and $35 million at the end of the construction process. As I mentioned, the 2017 Facility Advisory Committee had recommended priority 1 items only. One of the things that the committee includes as part of their charges is to prioritize the district's facility and capital equipment needs for the next 3 to 5 years, and then to protect the general fund and minimize the district's reliance on the capital plan or reserves to fund long-range capital needs. So that was what drove them when they were doing their prioritization. And ultimately, what we have done, Alex Aragon with our Facility Services Department has worked with Ed Hall and maintenance staff, Dustin Harden and his technology staff, and Dwayne Cargill and our transportation staff to really zero in on those priority 1 and 2 items to look for the critical infrastructure items that really need to be replaced over the next 18 months. One of the things we really are looking at are the lead times we're currently seeing on equipment and buses. Currently, it's almost a year and a half for a bus when you order it, and a lot of our equipment, like chillers and cooling towers, are over a year from when we order those. So we really wanted to look at those things that we could really expect to fail over the next 18 months because they do have a direct impact on day-to-day operations. As I mentioned, the original estimate for the priority 1 and 2 that was presented previously was $303.7 million. We have deferred through Alex and the other departments' efforts, $228 million to a future program, leaving about $75.2 million in immediate needs that need to be addressed in the coming months. The items that we deferred are, like we mentioned, the carpet or the roofs, or things that wouldn't necessarily cause the building to be shut down as a result, but the infrastructure remaining are those kinds of things that have that probability that it would cause those kinds of disruptions.
Okay, so one of the things that we wanted to look at was what our funding options are for the potential priority repairs funds that will be needed in the next 18 months. And tonight, we will be asking you to authorize the sale of the $30 million in remaining bond funds from bonds 2017. Beyond that, there are a couple other options, but in utilizing funds for these projects, if you look at the capital and contingency funds, we have about $37 to perhaps $39 million remaining that will be remaining in that funds. We have, as we've gone through the budget process this year, this past summer, we did need to take some funds out of capital and contingency to cover the deficit from the general fund last year, and we do have about $9 million we anticipate that we may need from capital and contingency this year. So that leaves the balance of $37 to $39 million in the capital and contingency fund. And beyond that, our only option would be utilizing general fund balance, which when you look at our board policy minimum requirements, the excess in there is about $9.9 million. So that's not really a feasible option that we would want to look at. So our recommendation tonight is that we
that you approve the perimeter order for the $30 million in remaining funds that we can utilize towards some of these projects that we have, that we know are coming up. I have Mr. O'Hara here, our financial advisor, but he did provide us with a schedule for the $30 million bond sale. This would, after tonight's meeting, if you authorize this, we'll get to work, go through some rating meetings with the agencies. Ultimately, we believe that the funds could be available in December. That is when we would close on the sale of the bonds. We did look back in August or back in September when we approved the tax rate. We did reduce the tax rate by 2 pennies, if you recall, on the debt service side, down to 27 cents. We had built in the projected payments on this bond sale into our projections over the next 5 years. There will be, by selling these in December, we will have a payment that will come due in February and August of this year. So we will need to amend that debt service budget for this year, but we still stick with our projections that our tax rate deduction or decline of 2 cents will be adequate. We'll be using our reserves that we have in that debt service fund to cover the costs, the future bond payments, and as we get down the road, that trend will reverse where we'll start building up the funds again in the debt service fund. So we do feel that even selling these bonds, our tax rate will be adequate. So the tonight's recommendation to approve the bond parameter order is set out. It's very lengthy, and I won't read it, but I will, I think with that, be happy to answer any questions. And I also have like I said, Mr. O'Hara here to answer any questions as well.
Did want to mention on here that the note on the bottom there that indicates that individual capital requests for projects would come to the board for approval as per our standard process that we've done historically. So, and you'll see some of those a little later in the meeting.
And thank you for that presentation. I'll open it up for question or comment. Well, I just wanted to say, and I think I mentioned it in our workshop a couple weeks ago, thank you, Paul, for you and your staff to go back and take a look at and kind of sharpen your pencils in terms of what those priorities and what those critical infrastructure needs are. I know and I just use this as a prime example, I know it was mentioned during the workshop presentation that some of the equipment didn't last as long as what we thought. But then as I pass Springs on a Saturday and there's a water polo tournament and a dance, activity going on, and I left in the morning, came back in the afternoon, and it was still going on. And then I think they even had something going on Sunday. I was thinking to myself, wow, this isn't just a Monday through Friday. This is a 7-day, facility, basically. And then I think of, the kids and things like that that are at Springs and at some of our other schools. So, I can see, being in that mechanical industry, why certain equipment doesn't last, especially if it's getting utilized all the time. But wanted to thank your department once again for taking a look at what we actually need and sharpening your pencils. So thank you for that. And seeing no further questions or comments, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. President?
Mr. Sanchez?
Mr. President, I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve an order authorizing the issuance of Clear Creek Independent School District unlimited tax school building bonds in one or more series, setting certain parameters for the bonds, authorizing a pricing officer to approve the amount, the interest rate, price, including the terms thereof, and certain other procedures and provisions related thereto.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Sanchez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Cheka, for that second. Seeing no further comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. And that carries unanimously. And we'll move on to item C. I take it same
Yes,
presentation?
Same presentation. We're going to move right on, and the updated 75 million critical infrastructure prioritized needs are those most urgent, which have the potential of disrupting campus or district operations over the next 18 months, as Mr. Miller stated. And of those 75 million needs, Mr. Miller will provide details on the 4 immediate facility needs that we have right now and make funding recommendations.
Thank you, Dr. Engel. These items that we're getting ready to go over are included in those critical infrastructure. As she mentioned, these are facility infrastructure that's already causing disruption and a lot of extra work for our maintenance staff. Is that back there? Yeah. He loves Clear Springs chillers. He just loves them. League City and Space Center, same way. You know, the campuses have been very patient, and we've continued to work really hard to keep those things together and running. Generally we use redundancy where we have more than one. So right now we're running on one, and the other one is being used for parts and other things. We've actually, our maintenance folks have even gotten on eBay to find parts for the Clear Springs chillers, and, you know, really things that are having a direct impact on us. So that's what you'll see in this list of items. As I mentioned earlier, the lead times for a lot of this equipment is in excess of a year. So if we move forward with this project tonight, we'll immediately get working to start the design work. But even with that, we're looking at January, February to being ready to issue a bid for this project, and then a year beyond that. So you're already into the spring of '24 when we're actually replacing these. So that'll have to keep working on those facilities over the next foreseeable few months. So as I mentioned, those items are included in here in this original recap of those critical needs. They're incorporated into the mechanical number of $40.6 million. Listed here are those items that are incorporated. At Clear Springs High School, it's 3 650-ton water-cooled chillers, 3 cooling towers, mechanical pumps, motors, energy management, all the things associated with getting that system back up in a like new condition to get it ready to start up. League City Intermediate, which was built in 1999, that's 1 water-cooled chiller, 300-ton, the cooling tower, pumps, and other associated items listed there. Space Center was also built in 1999 and has virtually identical replacement requirements. Those are beyond life cycle. Generally, those are 18-year life cycle items, so those would have already been out of life cycle. That's why they're giving us so much trouble. Clear Springs, built in 2006, is a little ahead right now, but by the time these items are replaced, they'll be at the 18-year life cycle. So we really are driving to get this done as quickly as possible so we can get this equipment ordered. The total of the cost of estimate of these projects are $7.2 million, and let Alice, I did want to mention one more thing. The Facility Advisory Committee recommendation from 2017 included priority repairs and replacements for virtually every campus. The only ones that would have been excluded were the new builds or the rebuilds that were complete rebuilds like Clearview. We did not include that. We also didn't include Victory Lake since it had the TERS. But as you see here in the column where it shows priority 1, Clear Springs High School, League City Intermediate, and Space Center Intermediate, all 3 had priority repairs and replacements as part of the bond program. These particular items were the priority 2 items, but they did incorporate priority repairs and replacements in the bond for those campuses. Just the same slide as the funding.
So we actually had the similar slide with our funding options. So we are recommending that we utilize the 2017 bond funds
for these particular projects. As these projects come up, we do, our recommendation is that we first go into the bond funds and utilize that to safeguard that capital and contingency fund balance, which, as I mentioned, is $37 to $39 million. That is, as we're moving forward with our general fund budget and all of the uncertainties that we've had, especially in a legislative year, we're wanting to limit what we tap into that for in the event that we will need to pull funds back into the general fund to cover general fund budgetary needs. So our recommendation, again, for these projects is to utilize the 2017 bond funds.
Okay, and so any questions on this item?
Mr. Bowen?
Sure. So I guess could you go into a little loud. Can you go into a little more detail about how you decide which of the two funds to pull from for any individual project, whether you pull from capital and contingency or the bond fund?
You want to do that or me?
You can do. Okay, so, well, our first we're recommending for these particular projects, because they are priority needs, priority repairs that we know will need to be done in the next 18 months. We do believe that the bond funds is the most appropriate source for those. We did, if you recall, I believe it was the last board meeting, utilize some funds out of capital and contingency for the CNG station at the bus barn. So do you want to talk a little bit about that?
So it generally would follow, looking at the committee charges that were used to develop the actual recommendation, utilizing bond funds for the next 3 to 5 years for capital equipment and long-range facility needs, which these are all facility needs. We're also getting closer to the end of the cycle for that bond program, so we have a much greater focus on what the final number of savings will be, so we know we are not going to run into some unanticipated project costs that would cause us to be at risk of not having the funds in that bond. And then looking at whether or not related types of items were incorporated into the bond or not would have a part of that. So priority repairs and replacements over time have historically been part of every bond program, and like I mentioned earlier, every bond issue except for 13 that was over budget has been retasked to address changing conditions for priority repairs and replacements over time. So historically, that's how we've handled it. And then anytime we have an additional item that we would come to the board for that's identified, like the PAR land, where it was an unavailable option when we built PAR, it was clearly an issue that we needed to address, we would also bring that to the board and recommend bond savings for that.
And so, just to clarify, this was a priority. These projects were priority 2 items before the 2017 bond committee?
That is correct.
Okay. So they originally considered making these projects part of the 2017 bond and ultimately decided not to when they put it before voters. So are there any other projects that were, I guess, in that same category, or? Do all of the priority 1 needs that we have going forward, are they original priority 2 projects, or?
They do. They transition from a 2 to from a 4 to a 3 depending on the timing of the bond issue and the assessment. So these items were presented to the Facility Advisory Committee at the time. What they did was deferred it to a future program, expecting that to really occur 22. Right about now, because what you'll run into is, because of the cycle that we've been on, and when we're building our buildings, they're built to where they are getting at the same age over the same 5-year period. So you end up having to really manage that over time. And of course, with the number of schools we built in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, you can expect those life cycle replacements like chillers to really, and we're already experiencing that for 13 and 17, where the amount of priority repairs and replacements are increasing in frequency and volume. So we're seeing a lot more of that because of the number of buildings we built, and those buildings are getting to that 20-year range in a lot of cases. So those things are addressed as we do the planning. If things happen earlier than we anticipate, we still use the same funding sources to do those things, and
capitalized over the life of the assets.
Thanks.
Mr. President. Mr. Miller, I think when you were mentioning earlier the things that may have actually come off of the list would have been those things that would have been impacted maybe by some other kind of weather or some other, I don't want to say disaster, but other claims that may have occurred where it may have been a priority item that may have gotten addressed.
There were things like Ward roof where we had the hail damage. We replaced that roof that was originally in the bond to replace, and so we weren't required to use bond funds for that. Obviously, when you're talking about the freeze, I mean, we don't like talking about it, but it did damage some coils that we were able to replace with insurance money, which extends the life of the air handlers in those buildings. So we utilize every funding source available, and we make pretty smart decisions on how we do it. I know Alex and Ed have worked really hard to do that, especially in those tough circumstances on those emergencies. Sometimes we have to temporarily fix it so that we can wait to get an actual repair. So we look forward to those things lasting a little longer.
Thank you. And thanks to the team that keeps everything running for as long as we can. I think we all do that in our homes, and we know that's really important in our schools and facilities, and so thank you for doing that, because I think it's because of that maintenance that it extends the life as long as it does, and so thank you.
I was actually going to say the same thing. While Ed was here, I was going to acknowledge him and his staff for, taking care of all these buildings and things like that. I know he's probably sick of hearing from me when when I'm at a facility and I'm like, hey, I see this, what's going on? But I appreciate the efforts and the things that your team is doing, especially realizing that, we've lost some folks in maintenance and things like that, so spread a little thin, but thanks for doing the most with the least, as they say, so greatly appreciated. Any more questions or comments?
Yeah, I guess I'll give a comment. I mean, just looking at the list of projects from the 2017 bond, these aren't general categories for priority one repairs. These are individual itemized lists. And so, for instance, Clear Springs High School had $740,000 of needs identified in its priority one list. And so the committee that put this bond before the voters and approved the use of this money deliberately made the decision not to include this project on what was put before voters. And so I know it's not, it would be easier if we could just use leftover bond money for new needs as they arrive, but I don't think it's the right thing to do. There are instances where we had general categories such as security that became more expensive after the voters approved them, and we spent more money on them because of contingencies that arose between the vote and when we actually executed the project. So we've done that in the past, but I just don't like the idea of using money for projects that were not originally put before the voters. I think if we get projects done under budget, then we've done a good job, and that money belongs to the taxpayers to decide what to do with. Whether that goes into another bond or a project that was on the approved list that has gone over budget, or we can give it back. But to add new things to the list, I don't think is right. We put a list before the voters, and we don't reserve money at the end to spend on the things we want that we didn't want to put on the list originally. So I don't object to these projects. I just object to the use of bond funds to pay for them. I would be in support of using capital and contingency funds, and there are probably other projects on this list that would fall into categories that are covered in the original bond proposal. So buses is a good example. If we have $5 million of bus needs, then we're essentially over budget on the bus category, which had $9.2 million approved by the voters. So there are some that I think can be paid out of the bond funds on a principled basis, and we've gotten the money to do it now that we've approved the sale of the bonds. But I don't think these meet that qualification. And so I'm in support of the projects. I'll vote to fund them in item E on the agenda when we get to that point, but I think these should come from capital and contingency and not from the bonds.
And I'll pose that question to Ms. Benzai. What would that look like if we did pull from capital and contingency fund?
Well, the funds are available in capital and contingency. I think our stance is just that, and I'm not sure of all the 75 million, how much was originally in the bonds 2017 versus not, but our goal is really to protect that fund in the capital and contingency, and then the immediate needs, we utilize the $30 million available with the sale that's authorized from the 2017 bond fund. So it's really just a matter of, we know we have $75 million in priority projects. There are not enough funds here to cover those in the next 18 months. So utilizing the bond funds first, and then capital and contingency would be second. Again, it's trying to understand what our needs might be from the general fund as we go forward this year with so much uncertainty and the needs of having to possibly pull back funds from capital and contingency back into the general fund. That capital and contingency fund was basically fully funded by transfers over from the general fund over the years. So, as Paul mentioned, we did in the last bondish, I think 2013 bonds, when projects went over, we actually utilized capital and contingency funds then to go the other way to cover the extra costs associated with those projects, just to make sure that we would fulfill those commitments to our voters to get those projects done.
I think it's also important to point out that the projects that we're referring to, as you've seen in the previous PowerPoint slide, where you're seeing priority repairs and replacements happen on every bond cycle, the utilizing bond savings and interest to fund long-term capital needs fits into that cycle of what we've historically done. And these projects would have and will be part of the next cycle. So any funds used to do the projects that were on that next cycle list will serve to reduce the priority repairs and replacements that are required in the next cycle. Because they are one and the same. These priority needs are life cycle based building systems. So unless more buildings come online, which happens, and we have additional buildings, and those buildings are laid out for the future the same way as every previously built building is, that every 18 years you're going to see the chillers and cooling towers come up for replacement. And the appropriate method of funding those replacements is through bond programs because of the long extended life of those assets and the fact that we extend that over time and we use the asset in the use of the building over that time period. So it's appropriate to finance that with the bond program. So ultimately, that's what our position would be on that.
I have a question, and I know I asked this in the Finance Committee meeting, and I apologize, I can't find it anywhere on my notes. How much do we owe and how much bond debt do we have right now?
Well, I don't have the answer to that on me.
Okay, so we can't afford to do all of this with our capital and contingency fund? We can't afford to repair our buildings and failing structures and everything? The monies have to come from a bond?
Well, generally, if you'll refer back to the PowerPoint, the need is $303 million. We have deferred the items that are not critical for the next 18 months to get to the $75 million number, but the remaining $220 million remains as needs that will have to have some funding source. And if we've got $37 million in capital and we have $9 million in the general fund, the only option would be to have bonded debt to fund those. It's part of the requirement for building so many buildings over time and then having to maintain those buildings. We don't have general fund budgetary capacity to do that and keep the buildings in good repair.
And like Mr. Bowen said, I know these things need to be done. They're critical. You said, it's going to be January, February, no, it's going to be a while before we are able to actually fix them.
A year from January.
A year from now, yeah. But when the voters approved a bond, my belief is that they approved what was presented before them. And if there's extra money left over, I don't think it should be used for something other than what the voters had approved. That's just my opinion.
Thank you for that comment, and those questions, and thanks for the clarification. Seeing no further comments, I'll ask for a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Sanchez?
I move that we accept the superintendent's recommendation to approve the use of capital project funds of $7,270,000 for facility-related projects.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Sanchez. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Petrell. Open it up for any last comments? See no comments, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And all opposed? And that motion carries 5-2. Next, we'll move on to item D.
Okay, jump right into this one. So Victory Lakes Intermediate was built in 2002. We have not included them in any bond program to date because we had a Victory Lakes tax increment reinvestment zone available that had about $2 million in it. It is included in the priority needs assessment that we provided. However, we have funding available for the most critical over the next 18 months. Same criteria used to establish these needs at Victory Lakes. It really happened right around the workshop time where we really got word from maintenance that the intercom system that we use for our standard response protocol was being patched together with an amplifier and really just being carried along. Which really triggered us to really jump into those and grab these and get these to the board as soon as possible so we could get that intercom underway. But incorporated into that are the same types of items that you saw at League City and Space Center. That's 3 water-cooled chillers, 3 Evetco. Oh, that's not correct. There's only, I think, the 2 there, so those numbers are incorrect. But it's chillers, water cooling towers, mechanical pumps, hot water pumps, all of those things that are associated with chillers and cooling towers and the main mechanical, but also includes a domestic boiler and water heater, the building-wide intercom system, and dedicated HVAC for the AC to cool the switches. The total estimated cost is $1,911,966, and we are recommending use of the Victory Lakes TERS fund that was established that has a current balance of $2,061,032 to get that work underway. Well, the design work underway. So that's the recommendation.
So I'll open it up to any question or comment. Mr. Miller, can you repeat that again? So on that slide on page 159?
This one?
Yeah. What were those items exactly?
Chillers,
Okay.
cooling towers.
So the quantity's correct?
The quantity is the piece that's incorrect. There's
Gotcha.
not 300 tons.
There's one.
There's two.
Two.
Each intermediate has 2
Okay.
chillers that cover the entire campus for
Okay.
redundancy. That's the piece that is correct on here. So, and it's 2 cooling towers as well. Yeah.
Okay.
And so at League City and Space Center, we're deferring the second chiller and replacing only the one, but here we're doing both and getting the proper life cycle done. But in our efforts to really zoom in on the ones that we really need to get the buildings, we did reduce League City and Space Center to do 1 chiller and 1 cooling tower. And the remaining chiller and cooling tower will be on a future funding.
And I recognize that the intercom system is vital for communication, safety, et cetera, so. Seeing no question or comment, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Cottrell?
I would like to approve the superintendent's recommendation for the use of capital project funds of $1,911,966 for facility-related projects.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Cottrell. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Davis, for that second. Seeing no question or comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? And that passes unanimously. And next, we'll move on to item E.
Okay, this is related to the first capital request for Clear Springs League City and Space Center. This is an architect contract, engineering contract to do the design work, procurement, construction administration to execute the work for the main mechanical replacement project that was just approved. It's our standard contract. They did reduce the percentage from 6% to 5%, and the contract is part of the existing annual contract that we've historically done using PBK Architects for the total value of $308,000. $308,000. And if you'll note the schedule, that's second to the last page. The exhibit really shows, assuming we can get all the design details worked out between now and January, we would expect delivery of those. If we were able to bid it in January, we'd expect delivery in January of '24. Any delay on that, getting the bids out, would just add to the number of months to complete the work. And of course, part of that is working out how to do this work while the buildings are operational. I think League City and Space Center is probably a little easier than Clear Springs might be, but ultimately we'll work through those phasing details and figure out how to make those replacements happen.
I'll open it up for question or comment. Mr. Sanchez?
Mr. Miller, I just want to make sure that the amount that we have in our packet,
302, okay.
302,917.
Yeah, that was an estimate.
Okay. That was an estimate, or what you're saying?
What I said was an estimate.
Okay. I just want to make sure we.
That it was correct, right.
Correct.
Yeah. 302,917.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Mr. Cottrell?
Any particular reason we're using PBK?
Yes, sir. So PBK Architects designed all three buildings, and they are really our go-to company when we're doing mechanical and electrical and plumbing installations. They have their own in-house engineering team, or other architects, and really most architects sub that out to other engineers. Not that doesn't work, but because they originally designed the buildings, they know the buildings well, the overall operation of them, and they're well qualified to do the work.
So I struggle with this because I know we have some local architect partners, and I guess my question, starts with, why PBK, but have we asked some of the other community partner architect firms?
We do RFQs, requests for qualifications,
Right.
during every bond program, and so in a future bond program, we would recertify all of our architects through a request for qualifications, and they have to compete based on their qualifications. So what kind of work they do becomes really important. If they're accustomed to these kinds of fast-paced school district engineering and architecture jobs, then they would get a more likely review. But generally, we're going to look for the highest qualified firms that can perform under the difficult conditions we put them under. So it's pretty important for us to make sure we get the right people in there. But this contract that we're awarding is part of the same RFQ process that was done when we did the 2017 bond program.
I'd just say going forward, I know it was something that was discussed in 2017 on the, recommendations from the community going forward with any bonds and things of that sort is, I know PBK is a great firm, VLK, I know we've got Joyner Architects, IBI, I know we've got some local ones doing work for us as well. So, $300,000, 5 years later, because they built the building, they, answer our questions and everything, but, if there's some of the community partners and affordable, maybe less expensive, that we can save some money on, to just keep that option open in the future.
I'll kind of follow up on that. I know in a lot of past projects, we've had included in our documents some information about the other companies that bid on the project, or the other firms. So were there any other bids for this particular project?
As a professional service, we don't actually bid any of them. They're basically awarded based on their qualifications, and generally we determine which firm best matches the scope of work that we're doing. Each one brings their own challenges and benefits. So that's really how we award these. It's never based on the price, because it's professional service. So any engineering and architecture has to be based on qualifications. So because they're the most qualified to do this work, then they would get the nod on that. So we would do a RFQ to bring in any other architects that were not part of the original package. Would require advertising in a new RFQ process, and generally that's tied to a much larger program, because getting someone to do an RFQ process for very little project-wise, we may not get as good a participation as we would otherwise.
Okay, so the vendors on the rest of the $6 million cost of the project, those would be bid?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So,
Yes. The only one I would have a caveat would be the intercom, would be a job order under existing board-approved job order contractor to get that intercom order.
right, yeah,
remaining
if
parts
we have a
of it.
contract that we voted on already, it can be applied to this.
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. President, Mr. Cottrell, that was an excellent question, I have to say. I asked it in the Finance Committee myself. I think you said, one of the things I recall from the Finance Committee meeting, you had indicated that this architect has so many facilities inside that they wouldn't have to contract out for their
Their
design.
engineering is in-house, so.
In-house, right.
It's actually, they call it LEAF Engineering, but it's PBK Engineering. It's the same company, that they actually are one large group, which is why you see the contract going to is PBK Architects, and any consultant that they are required to have to execute this work is covered under the 5%, which would include engineers,
Right.
mechanical, electrical, and plumbing engineers.
And so for another architect firm to then contract these other services out might be more expensive because PBK already has it in-house? Was I understanding that correctly?
Sort of. I mean, ultimately, we don't pay more than 6% because we hold them to that. So it ends up coming out of whatever piece of that 6% that they have for their architecture services. Or if we're doing a new school, you might have a food service consultant and a technology consultant and all those people that specialize in certain parts of the building.
Mm-hmm.
And that architect contract, they're required to figure that part out, but they get 6% of construction, and that's all they get. On this one, because it didn't include a lot of architectural work, they reduced the fee to 5%, but it's very, very heavy on engineering. So a lot of the mechanical, all those pieces, take a lot of the work, even in a new building.
And given the fact that they've done architectural work from the very beginning, that would make it a little easier for them to be able to do this work?
Probably has a lot to do with why it's 5% instead of 6%.
Okay, all right.
Because it is a heavy, any MEP job like this is heavy on engineering and does create a lot of work. It's not architectural floor plans. It's digging down into the details of the system and putting your head above ceiling to make sure that the things you're putting in a job are what's actually on site. Really, that part of it comes into our thinking, and we're recommending PBK.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further question and comment, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Bowen?
I move that we accept the recommendation of the superintendent to approve a contract for professional architect services to PDK Architects Incorporated in the amount of $302,917 for the Clear Springs High School Space Center and League City Intermediate Schools project.
Thank you, Mr. Bowen. Do I have a second?
You have a second.
Mr. Larson, thank you. Seeing no further question or comment, or
I do have one last question. When is Victory Lakes going to come up?
That would be in next month. We'll bring that contract out. There's a good bit of work that we go through to get the contract lined out to make sure it's covered on scope and schedule.
Thanks.
So we expect next month to be about buses and architect for Victory Lakes. Our team is going to be continuing to dig into the next round of the really critical items. We really focused on the 4 schools that really needed to get immediate attention, but the remainder is still out there pretty large, so we're going to start digging a little further in and start lining out how we're going to bring those to the board, and then we'll present that information in the Friday packet to kind of give you all an idea of what we're thinking on our schedule.
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Over to you.
All right. Seeing no further question or comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your right hand. And that motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Next, we will move on to item F.
Okay, we're going to switch gears back
Alice,
to...
thanks for hanging in there.
Yes, back to our workshop discussion in October. And as we said, for over 20 years, CCISD has conducted our own elections. And over the past several years, election laws have changed and made the process of running an election more challenging. The board has received community input over the past 6 months regarding the option of outsourcing elections. And as you know, our district spans both Harris and Galveston County, and so Ms. Benzai has been working with both entities over the past 2 months and has a summary this evening of election outsourcing information and a staff recommendation for election administration services. Thank you.
Yes, so back in earlier this month, we spent time on the election administration process. Looking back over the past couple of months, I did work very closely with Jenna Brown in my office and looking at the election process that they went through. Recently, we did meet with the Galveston County Chief Deputy of Elections to discuss the possibility of contracting with Galveston County to handle our next elections. We also gathered information from Harris County from the Elections Administration Office. And then we also utilized some guidance from the Texas Secretary of State regarding contracting with counties on running our elections. So as Dr. Engel mentioned, we have run our own elections for many years. I can't really find anything in the history going back where we didn't run them ourselves, except this past November of 2020 when our May elections were postponed due to the pandemic, and we contracted with Galveston County and Harris County to run those elections. So that was our most recent experience with not handling the elections. So tonight I have a condensed version of the original presentation that I did at the workshop. I wanted to reflect the timeline for our upcoming election. Things will start moving pretty quick here when we leave for the holidays, but looking in December, we already have a deadline to post our election notice online. And then when we come back from the holidays in January, we will start handing out packets to interested parties that are interested in running on the ballot. And January 18th is our first day to file for a place on a ballot. And this is for District 2 and 3 elections, which are coming up. So the May 6th is the election day. And as you can see, both of those, the challenge is that these are
we would have to contract with both of the counties when we're looking at outsourcing the election. So I wanted to briefly go over some of the duties of the county that the county would handle with us. We still have several duties that we would handle in our office, but the bulk of the duties would be handled by the county if we were to outsource our election services to them. So they would handle programming the ballots, conducting testing of the machines and publishing notices. They will provide all of the election equipment and produce the ballots. One big thing that they will do is the ballot by mail service. So this is an area that was very difficult this past year with the influx, the greater number of ballots by mail that we received. So they have staff that handles that specifically at both the counties. They will hire and train election workers. This is another challenge we face, is getting folks to work our elections. So it's always been a challenge, but it was an even greater challenge this year. The counties would appoint the presiding judges, early voting ballot board, and the central count presiding judges. And they'll also select early voting and election day locations as well. They'll provide the sample ballot for approval to the district and provide all the early voting and election day services. They will provide the election results. Harris County has a website they produce those on, and Galveston County will send us those results via email. So one of the other items one of the factors that we looked at when looking at using the counties to run our elections is the cost. And this was a challenge. It wasn't as clear-cut as I thought it would be. So I wanted to highlight go through that, recap a little bit. Of course, the counties have not set up their new contracts for the May elections or in the midst of the November elections, but once they finish those, then they'll be coming up with setting up the contracts with other entities that they'll handle the elections for. So all I really had was a historical perspective. So I looked back at Galveston County, and Galveston County they base their cost over their overall entity costs of running an election, and they divide it by the number of entities participating. So our estimated cost for the Galveston County running our elections coming up would be $25,000. On the Harris County side, I mentioned at the workshop that they did pretty much double their fee for handling the election. So it's $2.10 per registered voter with Harris County. That estimate for the May of 2023 election, based on the number of registered voters we have, is about $45,000. Where the price would be really high would be in an at-large contest or a bond election contest, where we're looking at over 100,000 registered voters. That cost could potentially exceed $200,000. So looking back at Clear Creek ISD's election cost, I included about $58,000 of costs that we encountered this past year in running our elections. There's always costs that we don't specifically charge out to the elections, such as my time or Ms. Brown's time, or even the time spent in technology, setting up the application. So those aren't included in that. But I just want to mention that there are some additional costs that would go into that. If we were to continue to run our own elections, we would definitely need to bump that budget up to allow for additional staff to help out. It's handling the absentee ballots by mail is a big process, and so we would need to bump up our temporary staff workforce to handle those election duties. So looking in the bottom corner of this slide, it's got Clear Creek ISD for the upcoming District 2 and 3 contest. Our costs would run about $78,000. The county contracts, and if I look at what they've done in the past, would be about $70,000. So it's pretty much the same cost from just a cost factor. An at-large contest would probably be more expensive in going with the county contracts. I wanted to continue to talk about absentee ballots by mail because this was one of the most challenging aspects of the last election. The counties will handle all of the vote by mail requests. The early voting clerk sends out notices of rejected applications for ballots by mail. And then one nice feature about the counties is that voters can track the status of their mail-in ballots or correct any defects on their applications online through the Texas Secretary of State's ballot by mail tracker. So that is not a system we have access to, but in going with the counties, they would have that available and our voters would be able to utilize that system. So it is our recommendation tonight that we pursue contracts for the May of 2023 election services with Galveston County for the District 2 election and Harris County for the District 2 and the District 3 election. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
I'll open it up for any question or comment.
I suppose I just want to comment and say I appreciate the work you put into this, and this is kind of imposed upon us by the counties and their pricing structure, and I appreciate that we may be able to go one direction in our next election, and it might or might not be advantageous to go that same direction in the one following that. That being the case, I guess I would say that we should hang on to the election equipment for now, and I think I don't know that anybody else here has anything else to say about how we vote on this particular item for this coming year.
Mr. President. I do, Ms. Benzion, I appreciated the information also that you had shared during finance. I think one of the things we talked about was the kind of the acknowledgement of the complexity of all of the different parts required now in the election process, whether it's the absentee ballots or if it's some of the additional staffing requirements and the difficulty in having enough people to do that. I think part of what we talked about was if we do this in a election year where it's individual districts and not at large, I think the complexity and the need for staffing and the added burden that it places on our staff and resources doesn't become less during an at-large. And so I just would also like to say that I think as we move in this direction, getting a sense of how much relief do we feel from already fully burdened resources that otherwise support the elections when these come up each year, that we not make an assumption that because of the cost difference, that it's not going to come with even more burden and more staff requirements and more complexities, even in an at-large. And so I think the investment in the decision to consider doing this differently is actually even more important when it's at large because of how much additional burden that's going to place, not to mention the additional equipment and all of the additional time that it takes based on the process today. I appreciate y'all looking at this and imagine that if it wasn't, even outside of the cost, if it wasn't for all the complexity that's been introduced in the voting process, I don't think we would be just changing just to change. And so I appreciate all of the background and the work that y'all have put into it.
Okay. Mr. President, yeah, I'd like to echo that. Thank you for all the hard work because this is a very complicated process. And I appreciate the fact that we're going to turn it over to hopefully we will vote to turn it over to the counties and get back to educating our children and letting them take care of things that they do every day in the process. I will say I voted today, and the voting equipment's a little different now. We've got some paper ballots. Is that the same in Harris County?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the equipment we just bought, we'd have to buy modifications or something for the paper ballot
No, we have the HART equipment we purchased, I believe is what Galveston County is using for the first time. I think the first time for them is this November election, and then, so it's the same
So
equipment.
we have the same capacity to run the paper ballot through the
Ye-
equipment we purchased?
Yes, it's actually a two-part machine, so
okay.
you're
Okay.
do your vote, and then you go insert your vote via paper into the scanner. So I believe it's the same equipment that Galveston County is using now, so.
All right. But yeah, and I definitely agree with the comment that, particularly when it's in a large election, maybe it's best to let the counties handle that. Thanks.
And I just want to say, I'm an election judge in Harris County, and Harris County's been using that equipment. I used that equipment with the paper ballot reader at Brook High School for an election last November. So it's the same equipment.
Mr. Bowen?
Yeah, I just wanted to echo what everyone else said. I appreciate taking the time to really dig into this and present us a lot of detailed information. And I kind of, and we'll see this a little bit more in the next presentation also, I kind of like the culture I'm seeing of thinking outside the box and trying to figure out new ways of doing things that we've been doing the same for a long time. And that's something that I also kind of want to encourage, just kind of in everything we do as a district, is just because we've done something one way for a while doesn't mean that's necessarily the best way, or that underlying circumstances haven't changed to make a change necessary to respond. And so I'm glad y'all are approaching this proactively, and I think this is a decision that will best set us up for success, and the mentality of constantly evaluating what we do and trying to make sure we're doing things the best way is something I definitely want to encourage.
I do want to clarify that we will come back in January, February with the actual contract. So those aren't ready yet. And like I said, they're going through the November elections, but once those are prepared and ready, we will, if the board decides to do this tonight, then we will contact both counties and let them know that we're interested in pursuing this, and then we will come back to the board with the actual contracts, probably January, February timeline.
And I just want to echo, and I just want to commend staff on the job that they've done the past couple of years in our elections, and then recognizing how complex the election code is getting, and that, it might be the time to look to outsource that out. But before that, I just want to say what a heck of a job. I know they might have gotten beat up or took their lumps, but, at the end of the day, come to find out they were doing a heck of a job. So kudos to staff, and I hope you pass those sentiments on, because I don't see Ms. Brown being here, or Linda, or, B. Bentley, or any of those folks, here, but let them know that they're greatly appreciated. And some of those folks had 25-plus years of experience in elections. So with that being said, I'll call for a motion.
Mr. President,
Mr. Bowen?
and I will scroll to the correct page. I move that we adopt the recommendation of the superintendent to pursue contracts for May of 2023 election services with Galveston County for the District 2 election and Harris County for the District 2 and District 3 elections.
Thank you for that motion, Mr. Bowen. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Cheka. Seeing no comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. And that motion carries unanimously. Next, we will move on to item G.
Okay, and as Dr. Bayard is coming up, and like I said, I want to reiterate, thank you, Ms. Benzai, and all the work that's gone through to get this information for you. So now as we move on, this is kind of a board requested a review of policy EIC local to make changes to the calculation of class rank. Students and families have shared concerns that they feel compelled to take Level 1 electives to improve their class rank instead of having the freedom to take electives that foster their personal interests and passions. The Policy Committee met on October 5th and outlined a recommended policy revision. I'd like to thank Trustee Bowen and the Policy Committee for initiating this policy request, and Dr. Bayer, Dr. Silva, Ms. West, Ms. Sar Mechanic, Mr. Moses, who have all worked together over the last few weeks for their work on this policy recommendation. So the proposed policy revision allows students to select elective courses that appeal to their interest, and Dr. Baird will provide a presentation with details regarding the recommended policy revisions.
Thank you, Dr. Engel, Mr. President, trustees. This serves as a companion presentation to the draft EIC local policy that you received from Ms. Sar Mechanic. Wanted to first align this to our mission and thank you for the previous comment, Mr. Bowen. This really is about our identity, our unique and aspirational identity of igniting learning for all, and the means by how we do that through the spirit of exploration, continuing to find better ways. We certainly are able to align this to our guiding principles, particularly when we think about our core values of citizenship, fairness, and responsibility, finding ways for our students to improve their community, play by the rules, and own their choices. Aligning this to our purpose, our beliefs, there is a collective moral imperative to invest in each person's capacity for growth, and that goes with personal choice. And certainly we want to continue to help our children achieve, contribute, and lead with integrity. The purpose of this is that, as Dr. Engel mentioned, students and families have shared concerns. They feel compelled to take Level 1 electives to improve their class rank, and we need to ensure that each student has the freedom to take any elective that fosters their personal interests and passions. We want students to be musicians, if that's what they want, or an engineer, or a teacher, or a corporate executive, or an artist. So therefore, the goal is to revise policy EIC local in the educational planning guide so that high school students can select elective courses that appeal to their own personal interests, passions, talents, or endeavors. Begin by defining the core classes, and we're defining core classes of those that are non-elective in the categories of English language arts, mathematics, science, social studies, and world languages and cultures as defined in the CCISD EPG, the Educational Planning Guide. A few other key definitions are cumulative grade point average, and that is the sum of all grade points earned divided by the sum of all course credits completed. Class rank is the rank order from highest rank GPA to lowest class rank GPA within a graduating class. And so when we look at class rank grade point average, or GPA, that's the sum of all grade points earned for class identified as counting towards class rank divided by the sum of all course credits attempted counting toward class rank. And then finally, core classes again. We also want to consider college readiness. Cumulative GPA and class rank will continue to be notated on academic achievement records, or otherwise known as transcripts. Students are and will be continued to be encouraged to take electives that align with their passions, interests, or intended college majors or careers. And according to the National Association of College Admission Counseling, trends and factors that are of considerable importance in the admissions decision process include grades in all coursework, grades in college prep coursework such as advanced placement and honors, college admission testing, extracurricular activities, and high school GPA and class rank. So we want our students to be well-rounded, but consider what colleges are looking for. To give an idea as to what the different weights are that are considered for grade point average in our policies and educational planning EPG guide. Level 1 is the highest weight. It's a 6.0 for a grade of 100. Down to a 3.0 with a grade of 70, 0 points, anything below a 70. For level 2, those are on-level classes. Those are classes that are not advanced placement or honors. They're on level, and the highest weight is a 5.0 for a student that earns a 100 in the course. down to a 2.0, aligning to a grade of 70. And then the modified curriculum is level 3 with the highest weight of 4.0. And so the current class rank is determined by calculating the cumulative GPA for each student, then ranking the students based on highest to lowest cumulative GPA. The proposed class rank is determined by calculating the class rank GPA for each student, then ranking the students based on highest to lowest class rank GPA. Now I'm going to add to this, and make it to this draft, but coursework completed during the regular school day schedule in non-elective core classes of ELA, mathematics, science, social studies, and world languages and cultures shall be calculated in determining the student's class rank GPA. And that is what we're proposing. Our current process, and just for simplicity's sake, we picked a 10th grade scenario and take you to the first columns on the left, scenario 1. So for a student that's taking all on-level courses, the typical 10th grade courses of geometry, English 2, chemistry, world history, world language and cultures 2, and perhaps they're in their second year of a fine arts course and second year of an athletics course. Say a student earns a grade of 99. When we apply the GPA of 4.9, because they're all level 2, the student would have a GPA of 4.9. In the second scenario, you might have a student that takes all honors courses, but wants to continue in their second year of a fine arts course or in the second year of an athletics course in which there might not be an honors credit there or level 1 credit. And so when we apply the GPA weights, you'll notice that the honors courses would receive a 5.9 weighted GPA, but the fine arts and athletics courses would get the highest weight of 4.9. That averages to a 5.61 GPA. And then in the third scenario, if a student takes all honors courses and decides not to take the second fine arts or second athletics, instead chooses a different honors elective, or 2 honors elective courses of their choice because they're fighting for that class rank, they would get the higher weight of 5.9 for each of those electives with a average GPA weight of 5.9. Sorry, not weight, grade point average of 5.9. And so this causes us a scenario where students are playing the game of trying to improve their class rank and not always taking the courses that they are personally interested in or find that is their passions or talents. So what we are proposing is that to calculate the class rank GPA, we would only include the core courses without electives. That includes the typical 4 plus the world languages and cultures for us, that's the 5th core course, and use those courses as the average. And so when we look at the first scenario, that the highest weight could be a 4.9 with that 99 grade in all 5 of those courses. The fine arts and athletics are dropped, so the student has a grade point average of 4.9. In scenario 2, this is the student that took all honors courses, continues to take fine arts and athletics, but those last 2 aren't counted, and so this student would have a grade point average of 5.9. In scenario 3, the student might decide to take another elective that does have an honors weight. In a second honors elective, those grades might be a 99, and those would get a 5.9 weight in the traditional and cumulative grade point average. But for class rank, this student would have a 5.9 GPA. And scenario 4, if a student decided to take the same 5 honors level courses and took an additional math or science course and earned 99 in those courses, the student would have the same grade point average of 5.9. It levels the playing field. So prior to this evening, thanks to the assistance of the leaders that Dr. Engel mentioned, Mr. Moses, Dr. Silva, Ms. West, we received feedback from high school principals, deans of instruction, lead counselors, secondary curriculum directors, and a high school GPA committee was formed after our conversations last year. And all gave positive feedback to the suggested change that we're bringing to you. And depending on the movement tonight or on this consideration, we would continue receiving feedback from the District Educational Improvement Council. We'd want to go to our students and begin with the students, high school student superintendents, high school student advisory group, and secondary curriculum coordinators, along with other groups that might be a valuable voice. This just shows a timeline preceding tonight of the different feedback we've received and the information that we've shared, dates of information we've shared with you in the Friday board packets. Should this first reading be approved, we would continue providing you information each week with updates related to this policy reading, including the different dates in which we would receive feedback from other stakeholders just mentioned, leading up to the November 15th board meeting for a potential second reading of the draft policy, followed by EPG, the Educational Planning Guide Update meeting in January, and course selection in February. So at this time, I'd love to answer any questions, and depending on your questions, I might lean heavily on either Ms. Mechanic or Ms. West. They are the true experts of this policy.
Thank you for that presentation, Dr. Bayard. I'll open it up to questions or comments.
I'll just go first because I'm short and simple like that. Leveling the playing field is what we're doing, and I appreciate all of y'all who put in the time and the effort, and Trustee Bowen for kind of being the catalyst to thinking outside the box on this, and the students who came in as well. So I look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Bowen?
Yes, I really appreciate all of the time that went into reviewing this and just making sure this policy absolutely would achieve what we set out to accomplish. And so I'd also definitely like to acknowledge the parents and students and current and former faculty who brought this issue to our attention, because I think this will make a big difference. I think, like Ms. Stone said during the PALS presentation, the life point average is as important as the grade point average. And so we want to make sure that students have the opportunity to pursue their interests without having to worry about how it would affect their GPA. And so I think this will accomplish that, and I really want to see whether this makes a change in a lot of these programs, and a lot more students feel like they can participate in not just extracurricular and like fine arts and athletics, but also our CTE programs and just basically everything we offer. I think it'll be a big step. So thank you guys so much for all the hard work on this.
Thank you.
And before Ms. Cheka goes, I just wanted to acknowledge it was Mr. Bowen having a conversation, I think, with Ms. Cheka, and I happened to overhear that, and we just collaborated on it and said, yeah, maybe we need to take a look at this. So kudos to all of us, that's what we call collaborating and working together. That's team. I think it was time to, take a revisit and a reboot and look at this. And as we talk about personalized learning, we talk about, wanting for our students to be those true Renaissance individuals. And that means, getting involved in their community, getting involved in an elective and not being penalized for that. As you mentioned, Dr. Bayard, it does level the playing field. I think it's long overdue. Having a recent grad that's in college and having another one come up and, talking to your different engineering departments, your different, admittance counselors, a lot of times they are just looking at core classes, and the conversation is, what have you done? what have you done in your community? What else have you done? They kind of expect you to be a good student, but they also want to know what else are you bringing to their campus? What other activities are you involved in? Can you collaborate and work with others? So those are the things that I hope this allows our students to get involved and maybe put themselves out there and try some things that they normally wouldn't try without, once again, getting penalized. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Jones.
Yeah, I'll just echo, I think this is great. I think it's long overdue. You know, right after we had that conversation, we were listening to other school districts that were doing this thing and listening to how impactful it was on the students. Then we came back and heard from some of our students that said, yeah, I can't take that extra year of fine arts or athletics. And so I can't say how proud I am that I think this is such a good step for our district and for our kids to be able to truly follow their passion and be able to take those classes. And I think Trustee Bowen's right. I think it's going to increase our enrollment in some of those other electives and make them much better, well-rounded students.
Okay, I have what I hope is a simple question, and first I'd like to offer up my apologies if this has already been discussed. So I'd like to take the example of the student who takes the honors core classes and the non-honors electives, the athletics or fine arts. And my understanding now is, and first correct me if I'm wrong, what that transcript would reflect would be a cumulative GPA of 5.61, a class rank GPA of 5.9, and some ordinal number that represents class standing, like 22nd out of 522 or something like that. And my question, I guess, would be, how do we expect an admissions officer to interpret that set of data?
So colleges across the state evaluate transcripts from 1,200 districts across the state, and it varies in every district of how that's done, and each college assesses it differently. So some colleges look at class rank, some colleges look at not just class rank, but also the breadth of courses that students take. And Ms. West, please chime in when you need to.
On the academic achievement record, the transcript, the class ranking GPA will not be posted. So it will be just the ranking number, the rank, whatever the rank is, and the cumulative GPA. Because the rank is just the number. They don't necessarily need to know the underlying GPA associated with that. The reason we want those two numbers is because for automatic admission purposes, you need the rank number. But for a holistic review, which if you don't, in Texas, we don't fall under the automatic admission, you automatically go into holistic review. They want to see that overall picture of the student, and that is represented by the cumulative GPA.
So we don't see a cardinal number, I mean, an ordinal number there then, right? Okay, then, now my question is.
Well, the ordinal number is class rank.
You see the
Yeah.
ordinal number,
Yeah.
you don't see the class GPA will not be posted on the transcript, only the cumulative GPA. So it is giving the best perspective of that student. Because every district gets to pick their rank however they want. So it just is a signing number.
So hypothetically then, I could be an admissions officer looking at two transcripts from our schools, and I can see somebody ranked, say, 10th in a class with a cumulative GPA of 5.8, and somebody ranked 20th in a class with a cumulative GPA of 5.9.
Correct. And we do, so the other part of that for college admissions is every school develops a school profile that goes along with all of your college admission information. And we put our class ranking information on that profile so that
Okay.
you're understanding how we are ranked. That's the extra piece that the colleges get to understand.
That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Bowen?
But just to further clarify, and I do know the answers to these questions, but just to make sure they're out in the open, for top 10%, as it's applied to Texas schools or whatever the percent is for UT. That is taking into account class rank GPA, right?
As saying class rank.
Yes. And then also for valedictorian and salutatorian, and those are class rank GPA.
Correct. That's
And
correct.
And then graduation honors are also magna cum laude, summa cum laude. Are those class rank GPA or cumulative?
Not necessarily. In this draft policy, it's based on cumulative GPA.
Okay.
And we looked at that, and that would give students who are perhaps taking more level 2 courses that opportunity to be an honor graduate.
Okay.
The highest ranking graduate who also earns the certificate for free tuition would also be based on class rank. So there's two, valedictorian, salutatorian, and highest ranking graduate all be class rank honors graduate.
Is there any instance where the valedictorian is not the highest ranking for tuition purposes?
Yes, sir. It's happened on most of the last 3 years. Because our valedictorian is determined after the 7th semester GPA. When you do the final rank, we have had movement.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
It's your next policy opportunity,
I know.
Mr. Bowen.
But it is 6% at the University of Texas.
I did, President
Mr.
Cunningham, I did have just a couple of questions. So just so that we're also clear, this transition, we continue with students currently already in high school, and it doesn't begin until incoming ninth graders, so that families are not needing to
That's correct.
become
Thank you for that
overly-
question. There is no change for students who are already in high school in grades 9 through 12 at this time. Students who are entering ninth grade in the next school year will be under this proposed new policy unless they're a 3-year graduate. And so they would then, if they're a 3-year graduate, they would fall under the policy of their graduating peers.
Okay. And then as we discussed this and thought about this, do we have a sense of how many students, what do we think we're going to see through this? And do we have a sense of how many students will opt differently based on what is being proposed?
Looking at quasi-hypothetical scenarios based on previous graduating classes, there was some movement in the rankings, some minimal movement, but it's unknown right now how students will end up picking, because the options are now unlimited into what a student might take. Like, maybe I would have taken tennis in high school instead of taking another honors level course, because I would just wanted to explore that.
Okay. And then as we talk through some of the different calculations and the different GPAs that are used and the ranking that's used and how that's interpreted by universities and how students will ultimately care and their parents and families, our plan to provide a diagram of how all of this works, I think will be really helpful. Families who have never had a child in high school and have an incoming ninth grader next year may not know any different, and so they may not have a different expectation. But for those that have had students that have been through high school and then students coming in next year, I think just helping them, I believe families who have been through any grade level feel more confident the second time around, and so knowing that it's different when they navigate high school with this in place, I think is going to be different. And for all of our counselors, helping them and how they talk about this with students and how they talk about this with families who are still going to want the most rigorous academic experience for their child, to stretch them the most, but also let them explore the options. There's a plan for that as well?
Both. We will have in the educational planning guide, we'll have provide the most up-to-date when we go to the University of Texas or texting an update and hear directly from those college admission officers, then we feed that information to those individual parent nights best we can as well. And then we do that in our Career to College virtual event that parents can go back and watch throughout the school year.
Thank you. And then I guess, it's not overly taxing as far as the systems in place to maintain the different point averages and how those are all calculated. I know we've talked about the systems being what they are and how we manipulate them.
Already reached out to our technology department and they are already looking into taking in with Skyward. We feel that this won't be that much of a stretch as other districts already have processes like this in place. They just have to revitalize ours a little bit, having two different systems, but I think moving forward it will be, we'll be able to figure it out.
And my last question is, will we, maybe as early as next fall, next back to school, we'll have a sense of course selection and what students choose to do? It would be helpful to get maybe just a snapshot of that once we know more, and then just being able to follow that just to see. I do think, as we've looked at having to make tough reductions across lots of different units, when we think about programs seeing increased growth, some that are already, at a point where some additional help would be really important, I can imagine this could potentially bring them some additional units so that we can continue to foster, fine arts and some of the other programs. So
It'll be interesting to see what courses students select, not only this coming fall as freshmen, but into their junior and senior years as well.
okay, thank you.
Great questions. Seeing no further questions or comment, I'll call for a motion.
Scroll to it. I move that we adopt the recommendation of the superintendent to accept the first reading of EIC Local Academic Achievement Class Ranking, recognizing that acceptance of the first reading does not constitute approval of the policy, and that staff plans to bring to the board for consideration a second reading of a version of the proposed policy for approval.
And thank you for that motion, Mr. Bowen. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Jecka. Seeing no further question or comment, I'll call for a vote. All in favor, please raise your hand. And that motion carries unanimously. And I just wanted to thank the board for the questions and comments and Mr. Sanchez for the fidelity in terms of, looking further down the road. And next, we'll move on to item 11, our staff and listening session updates.
Okay, and we will close out with just kind of a brief summary of our listening sessions as we have kind of shared with you previously. We'd bring that back. And as we've gone through, the heart of CCISD is our people, and this has kind of been the work which we really undertook and embarked on this year. And the people over here on the right that are still here are the ones that were on this journey. Everyone here went out to campuses in pairs. We went and we've covered 45 campuses and every facility since August. And I just want to share, my complete gratitude to this team and also just the processes that we went through. And we really, I feel like, had an integrity. We maintained the integrity of the process and listen, learn, and respond. So as we go through, we kept our guiding principles in mind. Obviously, this is a big focus on our people, but also our purpose and our promise. Are these things aligning? So we asked these 3 questions, and I know we even shared that at our board retreat. What things are working well, what 2 things need improvement, and what is 1 thing we need to stop. I'm just going to kind of go through these, and we won't spend a lot of time on each one, but I do want you to get the understanding of what we are committing to. And first of all, what's working well, these instructional planning days we have gotten positive feedback on every campus. and the teachers, academic support for instructional coaches. I'll just go through a few of these. Professional learning time for reading academies. Many surrounding districts had their elementary teachers go to reading academies after hours and on Saturdays. We did it during the workday, and we have had a lot of positive feedback from that. Many programs at the high school level, the offerings, we heard a lot of the opportunities that students have, and I think what was just the first reading of EIC Local will even expand that even more. Administrative support and communication. Overall, we had a lot of positives on communication. So our focus on people, these are some commitments that we have. We are committing to no longer scheduling school-sponsored activities on Sundays. We do have some, as you mentioned earlier. You go by Springs, there's things going on. And we did hear from some of our employees, not too many scheduled on Sundays, but we are going to, in the future, not schedule activities to give our employees a break on that. Employees who reside outside the school district will not, for their children, will no longer have to reapply annually for a transfer. We heard that from multiple sites. There might be a situation where a transfer would be denied, but those are under regular circumstances, and we have those in policy, but they do not have to reapply if there's no need to, and so that was a positive for our employees. Recognizing the need for a staff holiday in October, that is this month, and so Dr. Silva's calendars that we are going to be looking at all have a holiday in October. Substitute processes have been expedited, and we are really looking at the professional learning that teachers do for special education is a week more than new teachers in general education, and so Dr. Staley's department is looking to consolidate that and make that into a more streamlined professional learning. Some of it's required by law, but how can we streamline that for the teachers? Second and third year teachers may need some extra support. We are providing that. Air conditioning remains on till 5 p.m. That may not be such an issue the remainder of the week, but it is. When you're working in August and September, it can be very warm, and these teachers work long hours, and they really ask that they remain cool as they work. Required Strive survey, it is something that was really becoming unnecessary. We're getting feedback on a professional learning, but we are no longer using the Strive survey, and with a lot of accolades on that. So thank you, Dr. Silva turned that off right away. Focusing on purpose and promise, we are looking at the fidelity of our current instructional initiatives, and we're not launching anything new this school year. 5 additional behavior specialist positions have been created to support elementary schools, and a long-term staffing plan to address student behaviors is in progress. I really do want to emphasize these few bullets here. Additional training on behavior supports for students has been established, including a Saturday session where we'll provide compensation for elementary teachers to attend. Instructional paraprofessionals are now receiving student behavior support. Across the area, and just landing here for just a moment, I think we heard it at every elementary school. So the feedback was strong, and across the elementary school, and across the area, we're hearing it across Galveston County, I'm sure across the state, that some student behavioral needs have been impacted by the pandemic, and we're seeing that. So Tony Dopla's team does provide strategies for teachers and provides classroom supports, but we are doing this is in addition to what Tony's team is doing, and we're providing the supports that they're asking for. Tony's team just was spread too thin, and we need more support for our teachers. So these individuals have been trained by the CCISD Behavior Response Team, and they're currently in classrooms as we speak, so they're being deployed. So really do appreciate the immediate work, and Dr. O'Pry, started, as soon as we heard it, before we were through with the listening sessions, this is one of those items that we began working on immediately. Focus on purpose and promise. future change in special education program placement. We just heard sometimes there's a confusion if changes occur on campuses. We know that, but we're implementing a strong transition plan. We are reconvening the CCISD Teacher Incentive Allotment Committee, which is to consider really looking at funds for special education teachers and those in Title I campuses. That's a very broad, that allotment is, there's a lot of different aspects to it. And so narrowing that scope with the committee to focus on these two areas is what we heard very clearly in these listening sessions. And so the committee will do their work. We're not making any recommendations at all, but just that they really focus in on these two areas that we heard over and over as a need in the listening sessions. And then we are transitioning, it's not an instructional initiative, but we are transitioning to Canvas from its learning. So we just want to make sure that we believe that will be a positive access to curriculum and will support our teachers. That is always a transition is not completely clean, but we know that, and we will work very hard to make that we know that the platform is a stronger platform. We're excited about that. A couple other things, focus on purpose and promise. Our ELA curriculum for elementary, we're just tightening up those resources a little bit. The Raptor Emergency Management app that we shared, we are having some connectivity issues. Some of the teachers were having trouble with that on their phone. We're going to go back to rely on their district-issued device. They can certainly use it as an option, but right now the issues that we were hearing, we felt like it's something that if it's not working right, let's put it aside and let's use what we know works. In an emergency, we've got to be, we have to have fidelity with our communication. Facilities will review self-contained classrooms. Those are special education classrooms for any safety concerns, sharp edges, anything that some of the teachers have expressed. That's a priority for us, and we're ensuring that those are safe environments. There's been a request for additional keyless entries for reverse evacuations. You're coming in from a fire drill or you're coming in from outside, and everyone needs to move inside and shelter in place. Then we want to make sure that access is there. Mr. Miller's team is looking at it. If we feel like there is the need to have additional key swipes or keyless entries, then we will have that. And then a lot of information regarding, do parents know how their students are progressing? And so we are looking at the skyward communication, and we appreciate Sabina and Dustin's team. So all parents will get an auto-generated alert with progress report. When it's progress report and report card time, it used to be we would send them home paper copy and they would magically sometimes not get home. And so now everyone's going to get that auto alert, and it will be automatically generated if the progress report grade or on a traditional grading scale or a minus for a standards-based grading scale is on that progress report or report card, the parent will get that notification. Now, just so that you know, on these notifications, parents can go in and they do have access to turn that off. But we are trying to keep that on. I mean, right now we're going to turn it on and then allow them the option to turn it off if they don't want that. But we feel like that's another method of communication. What we're working on, so that is kind of what we are doing right now, what we're working on this school year, investigating a system that accurately reports academic progress to elementary parents. There is still some confusion on that standards-based grading, and so we're just continuing to work through that and make sure that parents know exactly where their students are. We'll review and reset the transition between standards-based grading in elementary to traditional at the intermediate. We know that as we did that, and then COVID was an interruption, and so we've got to get back to making sure that that's a transition. And then the district's compensation committee, and this is something that we heard in multiple facilities. So they are going to complete a teacher salary survey and review the salary schedule for teachers specifically and the range between a new teacher and experienced teacher. I go from new to say that from new teacher to say the 5 to 7 range. There's not a large jump between a new teacher and maybe a teacher even at the 9-year range. So that 5 to 7 is something that we're going to target in and look at that. Also, the committee will review compensation for skilled trade staff. We went to our transportation. We had some excellent conversations with mechanics, and we're looking at all of our skilled trade staff and also looking at block teacher stipends. And the committee's recommendations will be made no later than the end of this school year. So that will be for next school year as we go through that. And finally, we are looking at staffing ratios. When we look at staffing for the upcoming school year, we do look at multiple things, but particularly we focus on numbers and, teacher to student ratio. And we're going to play a little more extra effort in looking at the number of special programs, Title I schools, visual and performing arts. Be conscious of all of these and maybe take some extra consideration, if we call it personalizing, on some of these areas, especially these title schools that may need something that looks different than a non-title school. And then finally, the teacher retention group will reconvene to conduct a workday study to see what daily or weekly practices can be abandoned or streamlined to reduce workload of teachers at each level and special programs. So that is a very quick summary, but you do have that information, and we certainly can, if you have additional questions, we can answer those here. We can also provide updates in the Friday packet, for anything. But we've done a lot of work, and we have a lot of work to do, but a lot of this is already in the implementation stages. I'd say a good majority is already moving forward, or at least these committees are planned. So just cannot thank staff enough, and these were not easy conversations. Just in closing, we did come together on Mondays, every Monday. What did you hear? Okay, we have the finances, we have the needs, and we're always working to find that alignment and what's best for our teachers, our students, and our district. So thank the cabinet team, and with that, I'll open it up to any questions.
Excuse me, not really a question, more of a comment. First of all, I wanted to thank you, Dr. Engel, because that's one of the things when we kicked off the year, people, promise, and purpose, and it's kind of putting your money where your mouth is, so to speak. And as I say, it is not easy to have some of those tough conversations. Next, I'd like to talk to, staff. Thank you for going out there and doing the heavy lifting, and I'm glad you guys went in pairs, safety in numbers, as they say. But, the things, and I just want to remind folks that Rome wasn't built in a day. And what I mean by that is having the flexibility, because I can remember having some conversations, some things that we may consider simple, like dress code, for example. And, there's some traditionalists where we're like, we want you to look professional, do whatever. But then, when you start having those conversations and it's like, hey, let me feel comfortable, I'm still going to get my work done. If there's an activity or something going on, those are days that we'll, dress business professional. But having that flexibility, I want to remind our staff at the schools that we're listening, we're working with you. Are we able to do everything that you would like? Unfortunately not, but I think it goes a long way when you're having those conversations and when you're actually on things that you can take action on, you are taking action on. And then lastly, I just wanted to commend, because I know Franklin Moses, I know Dr. O'Pry, I know you have reached out to various groups to let them know that they're being heard, and I think those groups are comfortable being able to come to you, and I just like to see those lines of communication open up, and, we're able to actually do some things and kind of, hopefully show staff that we value them and that, we're wanting to work with them and help them. So I think that that's vitally important, and I just wanted to acknowledge that because it may not be acknowledged, because sometimes when a person, doesn't get everything that they want, they're like, they aren't listening to me, but we are, and we're trying to figure out how to make those things work and how to affect those things. So thank you for your leadership, and thank you, staff, for having those listening sessions. I know as I get out and about and hear about those, people share that, the things that they've mentioned, to reiterate, but, I can tell just the extra instructional days and things of that nature, like those are things that are tangible, and I think things that, that are helping, so.
I'd just like to add that, just looking at it, it's obvious that there's a ton of work that went into this. And I just wanted to say it really shows, and I'm grateful for everybody from the superintendent on down to the cabinet for all the effort that was put into this.
And you did it so quickly.
Yes.
Yes.
I will actually make one comment. One thing that's kind of striking about this, and when you look at the recommendations, a lot of them are about taking things off of staff plates, off of teachers' plates, sticking with what we've been doing and perfecting it. And I think there's always a temptation to just bring in a new program, bring in a new way of doing things, change something, and I think that sort of thing over time is really what has added to people's workloads and created confusion. And so I really like the focus on kind of taking away what we don't need and sticking with what is working and making it better, at least for a while. And so I really appreciate this, and just again, this is like everyone else has said. I mean, this took a lot of work, and I really appreciate you for leading the way, and everyone who helped make it happen, and everyone who showed up to give their ideas and have those kind of difficult conversations. I think what we ended up with really shows. So thank you.
And I was just going to say, this is really a culture. This is not an end. It's like we talked about it today, this morning, it's not one and done. We're continuing the process, of continuous improvement. And so this is a mindset. So thank you.
Great. Seeing no further question or comment, I will adjourn us at 10:07.